All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Gravity Rush semifinals. We're here with Tint and Jacketin. Before we jump into all of it, guys, welcome back one more time. Here to Gravity Rush. But Jacketin, I want to kick it off with you, man. We didn't have you here 2 weeks ago. How you feeling? How you doing? Are you caught up with Gravity Rush? Tell us all about it, brother.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm doing great. I'm really excited for this one. Kaplan is one of my favorite tracks that we have here. Um, Honestly, yeah, been great. Been traveling a lot. Had a lot of events and festivals and stuff that I had. So a lot of nice summer vacationing. But now we're back, and yes, we have been caught up. Some really awesome zero G racing happening in the last round. I didn't know how to what to expect for that round, but I'm pleasantly surprised by how well a lot of the racers performed. So looking forward to the semis now as things get more intense. Yeah, and that intro video just keeps hyping me up every time.
I know every time before it starts, it just that drum beat gets you going. But Tint, welcome back, of course. Thank you so much for joining us once again here for the Gravity Rush semifinals. How are you feeling, my friend? What are you most looking forward to today?
Feeling good. It's been a busy couple of weeks, but I'm absolutely excited to get back into Gravity Rush racing. I am very much looking forward to seeing how these racers tackle Kaplan. There's so much room for strategic variety on this course. It's going to be absolutely, I expect surprises at every turn.
Yeah, I mean, watching Kaplan as well, when we had it at EA 54, it probably one of my favorite ones, especially with the slalom, those that area there. I don't know exactly what that straight is called, but very excited to see that come back again. And for those of you that are watching at home, just a reminder, we are doing Kaplan Stadium, not Kaplan Circuit. So there is a little bit of a difference, I believe towards the middle of the loop. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Jacketin. I believe there's a little bit of a difference between circuit and stadium there.
Yeah, it's at the end. So in the current Arena Commander and the in-game Kaplan circuit, at the very end, after you get through the first shoot, you have two chicanes. So you have a chicane, a bend, a chicane, and then you get to the last shoot. Whereas with the original Kaplan Stadium layout, as soon as you go through the shoot, you do a 180, flip around. There's another pillar above that. You do another 180 around that, another 180 around
Got it.
that, and you're
Yep.
back in the final straight. So it's a lot more. I guess you could say it kind of slows down the pace because you're constantly flipping directions. Whereas the one that's an arena commander is a little bit more intense with very tight chicanes. So this one should allow a lot more space for overtakes and for racing. And also, yeah, again, it kind of slows the pace down. So there's, as Tim said, a lot of strategy with how you approach these turns.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this. The difference, and we are racing in the PU instead of in Arena Commander, and then there is going to be a little bit of turbulence apparently in Orison, but hopefully nothing too bad because we are doing Kaplan Stadium. Tint, anything you want to add about Kaplan Stadium and what's special about it, and the comparison between Kaplan Stadium and Kaplan Circuit here?
I mean, I think a little bit of turbulence may be the understatement of the year. I mean, it's a little early. We're only August, but like, it's wild right now in the PU. I did a couple of test laps through Kaplan myself, and there were a handful of times where I very nearly just got slammed straight into the deck by the turbulence shifting. So
Oh wow.
it's going to be wild to see how these guys control it. But yeah, as Jacko said, the final stretch on Kaplan Stadium, because it is that series of hairpin turns, it provides a really strong opportunity for passes if players have been able to keep pace while not using as much boost as their competitors. So that's the big thing we're going to be watching for, is seeing people
Watch.
holding
Yep.
onto their boost, saving it up for that moment, and then trying to take that turn just a little bit tighter.
Yeah, I saw I had a lot of fear the racers actually send me a lot of some different clips of things in the past and what things have happened. So I think boost is definitely going to be one. I mean, it's always important, but in the way you use it in this specific map, I see a lot of different ways that people have used boost, and some has been successful over others. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing, like you mentioned, some tight races. But before, let's jump into let's go back to the group stage, okay? But before we go into the group stage, we want to let everybody know exactly where we're at in the Gravity Rush and where we are headed. So let's take a look at our our graphic for Gravity Rush that kind of talks about group stage going into semifinals and then going into the finals here for Gravity Rush. So starting off with the group stage, right? The group stage started with I believe it was four different groups, and then top three of each of those group advance, right? And we'll talk a little bit about who's advanced and who's going to be racing today as well here shortly. But if you guys are brand new to Gravity Rush and you guys are watching from home, this is a great breakdown of the entire tournament structure and how we got to the semifinals. So every group had around anywhere between 5 to 3 racers. So in group 1, 2, 3, and 4, those top three advanced. And then you got those tracks. Every single round was different tracks, and then round two specifically was in Auroras, which actually was a great day to watch racing. To be 100% honest, it was actually very cool to see everybody on the same playing field instead of everybody having their snub and their M50s or razors, etc. So, but going into these, each top three advance for each group, and then we're gonna have 3 different rushes. Now, I'm going to shoot it over to Tint real quick. He's going to talk a little bit about the semifinals and how these rushes are going to work. Tint, take it away.
Yep. So our group stage competitors have been sorted into basically 3 groups. All of our first place finishers will be in Rush 1, second place in Rush 2, and third place in Rush 3. Now they're going to run 2 races with each of those rushes to kick off the day here, get warmed up, and it's also going to give them a chance to jockey for position because they're not stuck in these rushes. So after each race, we're going to start with Group 3. The winner of that race will move up into Rush 2 for the second round. Then we'll move on to Rush 2. The winner of that race will move up into Rush 1. The loser of that race will move down to Rush 3. All of this lets them jockey for position as we head into the last round of the day, where we're going to begin a series of elimination rounds. So starting with Rush 3, we're going to have them race, and the bottom 2 racers will be eliminated. Then we're going to move those winning racers up into the next group. We're going to race again with 6 racers, and again, the bottom 2 will be eliminated. Move 4 up, 8 racers, bottom 2 eliminated again to give our 6 final contestants. So the first 6 races of the day are really all about these guys trying to jockey for position and give themselves the safest route possible into the final so that they're not having to face elimination. But no one is safe until the end of the final race.
I love that. Very, very awesome breakdown for us. And then that's what's going on with the semifinals here to get your top 6 finals. Jacqueline, I know you're very much into racing. You love racing. You're all over the place with it. How do you feel about this rush structure where people are gonna have to work their way up or get knocked out? I really would love your honest opinion there.
I mean, it's gonna be really interesting to be completely honest, because I mean we're already starting off with the groups separated by positions, right? So we're already gonna have in Rush One the fastest racers that we brought in from the group stages. So it's already gonna be really tight competition between the top racers to stay in the top position. Meanwhile, you also have the racers who either tried to take the safe route and managed to get into the points, or maybe just got unlucky during the group stages sitting in a lower tier rush trying to fight their way to the top. So we might see a position where one mistake from a really fast racer will demote them to a lower rush, and then it's going to be even harder for them to get back up to that top spot to get into the
Yep.
finals. So there's there is going to be a little bit of luck involved as well, but I think safety will be the key for this one. I mean, it's always, safety is always a priority, but in this particular case, considering the amount of space you get in the last round, I think this is where if you can secure those top 3 spots and keep them, good. If you're fighting in the midfield, try and stay safe, and I guess hope for the best at that point.
All incredible points there. And one thing that I will continue for those of you that are not familiar with the rules, we are racing in the PU today, but there throughout Gravity Rush there has been no respawn. So once you crash in that first lap, unfortunately, that counts as the DNF, and you get no points. Once you get past that first lap, that's when your points start accumulating. But for these rushes, there's really not going to be any points involved. It's all about making sure that you're in that first or second place spot to continue moving up. If not, towards the end of it, you're going to continue getting eliminated. So I'm very looking forward to this whole structure and seeing how this plays out today, because if people are not on top of their game, they could be in a definitely in an elimination spot going into the last three rushes of the day. Without further ado, let's take a look at our groups and let's see who has moved forward into the semifinals here. And let's kick it off here with group number one. Group number one, we did have initially four racers, but we have these three incredible racers, and this was a close group. We got Ninjetti at 29 points. Of course, he's moving on. Neojet, who really was very close with Ninjetti throughout the entirety of Group One, and he landed there with 24 points. And Ricky Tiki right behind Neojet. Ricky Tiki to me had a slow start, but kind of brought it out of that comfort zone and definitely brought it to Neojet. And I could see him definitely playing a part and even getting to that top six. Tin, I'm going to toss it right over to you. What are your thoughts of this group going into the semifinals?
I think absolutely Ninjetti and Neojet was a contest of, consistency versus aggression. Ninjetti bringing a very consistent, very stable sort of approach. Neojet using his trademark, you know, full burn kind of approach to racing. So I think honestly that the Ninjetti's approach will serve him a little bit better moving into this structure for the semifinals. But we also saw, as you said, Ricky Tiki taking a very safe approach through a lot of the early races. And so if he can manage that here and just stay out of the danger zone for each of these races, he may wind up sliding into the final six.
All right, love to hear it. Jacketin, your thoughts on group number one going into the semifinals?
Yeah, super close. And yeah, I mean, Tint pretty much nailed it here. I mean, Ninjetti, clean, consistent, knows his racing. Neojet, very experienced, but also has that kind of aggressive playstyle that may have bitten him in the behind a couple of times, I guess. And it's gonna be interesting to see how he pulls it off in this particular round, because especially with the turbulence, having all that aggression might might end up biting you back, because if you're going too fast and you get one burst of turbulence in one direction, that's just face first into the wall. Riki Tiki, on the other hand, has played the safe route throughout the entire series and managed to secure those points enough to compete, really close to Neojet here by keeping that safe line. So that strategy might work out here. I mean, it's going to be tough fighting from Rush 3 all the way up using that strategy, as we do have a lot of really fast and clean racers, but it will be definitely going to be interesting to see how Neojet and Rikki Tikki progress.
Well, we're definitely looking forward to it there. Let's jump right over here to group number two. Group number two was definitely great as well. We had Liquid Prime, Shaqnu, Samtastic, and then Nickel JG. Samtastic did get to move forward there. And Liquid Prime, because I believe one of the during group three, I believe some of the racers, had some issues, but it gave Liquid Prime a bye for group number two, which put him at 28 points. Shaq at 23, and then Sam Tastic, who's going to be our top three moving into the semifinals here at with 11 points. Sam Tastic not hasn't raised as much, but I feel like Liquid Prime and Shaqnu. I foresee these two being somewhat very high in the semifinals. But Jacketin, right back to you. What are your thoughts on any of these three racers that have moved forward here to the semifinals?
Yeah, I mean, it's questionable to see how beneficial it was for Liquid to be in first place, given the ship choices here, because Shaqnu, obviously very fast racer, Liquid also an insanely fast racer himself, but the ship choice is going to play a part here.
Yep.
Liquid having to defend from the snubs within the M50 in that first rush might put him in a disadvantage to get knocked out within the first round, which is a very dangerous position to be in. Whereas Shaqnu being in that P72 and having that kind of speed advantage in atmosphere might give him that leg up here. But put them all in the same level in that last race, it's definitely going to be a really close race. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Samtastic will bring for this one too, because we saw him during the series, during the group stages, mixing flight styles. We saw that
No,
he
that's
really
true.
enjoyed the drifting play style in the first round, and then he started mixing things up a bit in that second and third round. So yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see which flight style he decides to adapt for this kind of track, both for the considering how many straights there are and the type of turns, I think the pitching will probably be way beneficial
Way
in the
better.
bigger
Yeah.
turns. But the slaloms, on the other hand, I think the drifting flight style will be a lot cleaner. So I'm gonna be interesting to see his mixing and matching of the flight styles for this one too.
No, very good point on the two different flight styles. I'm definitely looking forward to that myself. Tint, your thoughts on this group, and and going into the semifinals here.
I think it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, Shagnu is somebody we expect to see do really well here. This is the classic XGR layout of this track, as opposed to the more recent CIG version. So Shagnu's, I think, got a lot more experience on this track itself. But uh, with the 3 lap count on this race, I don't know how well the P72 is going to hold on to its edge with the M50 being able to sort of use its legs a little bit on the straights here. So I think it could really go either way. And I am definitely worried about Sam's drifting flight style, maybe inhibiting him a little bit on that final section we were talking about. When they come to the fold and they've got to do those 3 hairpins in rapid succession, the drifts will absolutely eat speed here. So he's going to have to adapt and
Yes.
bring in those new techniques that we saw him using.
Yeah, very good point on the speed there. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Sam is going to try to utilize both in the race, or we're going to see just one straight away that hopefully benefits him. But one thing I like about this semifinals and Gravity Rush is that even the underdog has the ability to take a spot away from any of these top racers at any given moment, because if they mess up, they'll have some chance to come back, but at the same time it's like they need to be able to lock in, and that's why this competition is it's going to be definitely fun to watch. Let's go into our group number 3 here, where we had Ordito, Canadian Maverick, Herbie, Shipko, and White Rice. We saw a lot of DNS from Shipko and White Rice. We did see Shipko did complete a couple races and a few laps, which was absolutely incredible. Look, I commend all these racers, every single one, regardless of whether they hit points or not, for just coming out and competing. All right, that there is like the holy grail for me. It's all about coming out and competing, because other people, either don't want to be embarrassed or don't want to, feel like, oh, I'm not good enough. Doesn't matter, man. If you come out and try, you will find a way to succeed sooner or later. I think all the racers have worked together, raced together, that have been competing, and everybody has been so kind and helping each other out throughout the entirety of this Gravity Rush, and especially all the other races going on throughout the other communities such as XZR and Anzia Racing. So Ordito coming in hot at 32 points, definitely dominant in this group here. Canadian Maverick at 22, Herbie at 20. Very surprising of how great Herbie has been racing so far in this series at Gravity Rush, but I think Canadian Maverick, another person who got to a very slow start in Group 1, but definitely turned it up in Group 2 and 3, giving him that lead over Herbie, because remember that if you're in the third place spot in that group, you're going to start in the lower rushes, which could put you in a more of a risk of getting eliminated faster. So Canadian Maverick earning that Rush 2 spot, and then Herbie earning that Rush 3 spot here for Group number 3. Tent, right back to you quickly, your thoughts on group number 3 and how these folks are going to end up doing.
I'm very interested to see how well Herbie can manage the turbulence. Being on keyboard and stick, meaning he's not got a lot of super precise control of his lateral thrust and his vertical thrust, is potentially very punishing with the way that the turbulence has been performing, especially as he comes through the chute sections. One moment of hard wind can shove you straight into the sidewall if you're not able to compensate for it. But overcompensating will send you straight back into the other one. So, kind of starting from rush 3, I think it's kind of a double stack of a tough position to be in. But I think if anybody can rise above that and be consistent and stay in the game,
Yep.
it's Herbie.
Very well said. Jacket in, your thoughts on group number 3. Anything you want to add there?
I'm actually gonna go the other way for that. I mean, I think Herbie, if you follow the racing community, whether it's the ground or the ship, you know that Herbie is his strategy is always calm, collected, and take it easy. And I do feel that, yes, his control layout is going to might work against him in this particular case, but I do think that if anyone can get a grip on how the turbulence affect your flight, it's gonna be Herbie. So
Yep.
I think Herbie's the kind of racer that will sacrifice speed for stability, and I think it might prove very beneficial, especially coming down from Rush 3 to secure his climb up into the final spots. So I'm rooting for Herbie for this one because I do feel like given the way he races in general, it's gonna be beneficial for him. But at the same time, I miss the Canadian Maverick versus Herbie in the group stages. So I'm hoping that both of them can kind of secure spots enough so we can see that racing happening again. Because both of them have kind of like similar flight styles, but they differ in just enough ways to make it so interesting all the time. So that's what I'm looking forward to for this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm looking forward to seeing some of the top racers for each group kind of finally mix in, and so we can see even more. Not that if we haven't been seeing it yet, I'm not saying this because people take my words out of context, but we'll be seeing an even more high level, racing that I'm very excited to see, here coming up soon, especially in the finals. So, well, our last group of the day is going to be that, we had the top three move on to the semifinals. Is going to be group number 4. We got Jelly Headmade, Splen, Slum, and Henchman Zero. Again, a little bit of a rough start for Slum and Henchman Zero. I think Slum did miss a couple races, but definitely has that potential as well. But I mean, Jelly had made incredible racer, definitely turned it up, but Splen ate it up in our round number 3 during the zero gravity racing. And I ain't gonna lie, he put on a master class in all of those races, especially in Miner's Lament, and some of the few other races. I think it was Stanton Jump Point as well. Absolutely killed it. Did a fantastic job. Right back to you, Jacketin. What are your thoughts on Group 4? I got to give it to Splen here. Just one of the most interesting races to watch.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Splen, I feel like his element is zero G. So the expectation from my side, at least, going into the group stage 3, was that Splen is gonna absolutely crush it, and I am not disappointed. Honestly, I mean, his performance was fantastic. I mean, Yedar Valley. I remember when I first started racing, one of the first things that I got obsessed about is watching him and Fresh battle world record times on Yedar Valley. So already started off really strong there, and then Pyro and Miner's Lament going into that zero G environment. It's in his element, and then Jelly had made a phenomenal racer. I mean, I've been racing with him since I first joined, um, and being able to use that P72 in zero G and get the results and times that he did was fantastic. I mean, the control a snub and have times that are not that far off from a ship with a quantum drive is really impressive. So, awesome racing from the both of them, and I really look forward to seeing what they're going to be doing here. So.
Yep, looking forward to it. And we have Jelly, who is not gonna let it be super easy for anybody in this tournament as well. So Tent, your thoughts quickly here on group 4 going into the semifinals.
I think Jelly is absolutely somebody I expect to see perform at a high level, but him being in this top bracket in Rush One is stiff competition, and so I'm excited to see what he makes of it. But I'd be lying if I said I was not really hyped that we have Shacknu and Splin in Rush Two straight out of the gate, head to head, and I'm expecting one of them to immediately get bumped up to Rush One, if I'm being honest. So I'm really excited to see that battle happen. Slum, of course, we saw using a very sort of flat flying style for the group stages. Hopefully, he's adapted a little bit more of a pitch and roll technique for this one because the flat flying style is going to struggle both on the slalom and on the fold at the end of the track.
Yeah.
So he's definitely going to have to bring his A game if he wants to get promoted up into the higher levels and make it into the finals. But anything is possible.
Hey, yeah, I mean, totally get it there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we have Slum today, but just to kick things off here, we are almost ready to go for our rush number 1. But before we go into that, let's talk about what is at stake here for Gravity Rush. Let's talk a little bit about our prizing because we put together a lineup of prizes that none of these racers are going to want to miss out, but the top 3 are going to be treated very, very well here. Okay. So, first place is going to get, of course, one of our brand new medals get some digital goodies, of course, and then get their championship jacket or bomber jacket, as we're going to call that there. And then we have some flight sticks as well. And then the big ticket item here is getting invited to our next LAN event here for ATMO Esports, whether it's at the next Citizen Con or anything we have planned coming up in the future. We will invite these racers out in order to be able to compete. And then, of course, they are going to be getting a beautiful trophy put together by our team. So very looking for that. And then same thing with second and third place here. They're going to get some digital goodies, a jersey. They are going to still get some sticks, and then another invite to LAN event. Now, I'm going to talk about this very, very clearly is that, while maybe the top 3 is very good at racing online, LAN event is a different situation here. You got to get comfortable quickly. You got to be able to, perform under pressure. There's people cheering. It's a complete vibe. Obviously, Tin and Jacqueline, who joined us at EA 54, kind of got that experience about having an entire crowd out there, but they race very, very well at the end of the day. So, but this is what at stakes, ladies and gentlemen. The top 3 are going to hopefully rise to glory, and we're going to crown those here in the crown those top 3 in about 2 more weeks after these semifinals are completed to see who's going to be our top 6. So I'm very excited for this overall. So with that being said, let's take a look at our track for today, Kaplan Stadium, because this is where we're going. And then once we get to our once we go over the course, we should be ready to get our race underway. So let's take a quick look at our I absolutely love seeing this map. I love seeing the slalom. But I want to quickly talk about Tent. We'll kick it off to you first. Your favorite part of Kaplan Stadium here?
I think it is hard to beat that slalom. Getting to see both the 2 different approaches. We have people doing the dolphin weave, and you'll have people rolling back and forth on 45s. I favor the 45s myself, but any way you do it, the slalom is fun. It's tense, and it's absolutely a make or break moment for this track. You're going to see, if we see collisions, if we see crashes, if we see racers going off track, that's where it's going to be, and that's what makes it so exciting to watch.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Jacqueline, over to you. What is your favorite part about Kaplan Stadium? As we go into our first race of the day.
Yeah, I mean, again, I have to say it is tough to beat that slalom section. It's so unique. There's very little, if any, other tracks that has the same slalom. I mean, the length of it, there's about tens, left and right. So yeah, the feeling that you get from going through it and ending it up and going through that straight into the skyscraper alley is phenomenal. I absolutely love it. I also personally prefer doing the kind of, like, I call it drift chaining. We've heard so many different ways to say it. I remember last year Pop of Freedom called it rocking the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I prefer doing that for 2 reasons. One, I feel like it's always relatively safe to do, whereas in the dolphin dive you are kind of sacrificing visibility for this stability. But with this drift chaining, it's smooth. It might not be as fast, but you have visibility. If you're in the middle of a race and you have these 4, 5, 6 people racing and all fighting for that line, I feel like you can easily change your lines using that method than with the dolphin.
Well, we're going to see right now. Remember, ladies and gentlemen that are watching from home, thank you for joining us. Make sure you guys are rooting for your favorite racer in the chat. And before we jump into the races, once again, I want to thank our sponsors. We got SCR.GG, Monster Tech or MT Sim, Icon City, QJM for being our medical, org on the ground, on the sky, pretty much everywhere. So big shout outs to all of our sponsors. And lastly, Toby Gaming. If you're not using the eye tracker 5, I don't know what you're doing. So, but thank you all so much. But hey, let's shoot it right over. We're gonna jump right into the race here with our casters. I'll be casting alongside our good friend here, Cyberfox, who I'm probably gonna be asking, some of these same questions to him to see what answers he has for us. But guys, Tint, Jacqueline, we'll get back to you here soon with your analysts and breakdown of the races. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Let's head on over to rush number 1. Hey, Cyberfox, how's it going, man? Let's get back here into Kaplan. It says circuit, but it's supposed to be stadium. Sorry for that. We'll get that updated here shortly. But Cyber Fox, how you doing today, man?
Yeah, man, I'm good. I'm really excited for this. I know that the racers are too. They're super excited. They've been really enjoying the way that the groups have been set up because they're used to like racing in big packs, right? And so the way that they've split has made it really varied for them. And normally when they do practices, it's kind of like really repetitive, really sciencey on Arena Commander. But now they're going to come and smash together. They've proven themselves in the Arena Commander simulator, and now they've got a race for real on this track. They've got to battle weather. They haven't got any hollow checkpoints. They've got to battle the boost meters against the turbulence of the weather as well. They're going to be hit by all of the wind from side to side. It's going to be a whole different experience to the simulator and the safe, sterilized feeling of Arena Commander. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of that chaotic variety.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing it as well. This is definitely one of my favorite races. I absolutely love seeing races in Orison overall, but knowing that this was the favorite one that I saw at 2954, so I'm definitely looking forward to it. But we're going to be in race. We're starting off with race number 1, rush number 3, where we're going to have Herbie, Ricky Ticky, and Samtastic initiating the race first to see who's going to move up and who's going to move down. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. Who are these 3 racers you got moving up and down here, Cyber Fox? Who are we looking at?
Yeah, so I mean, I think this whole event is going to be the tortoise versus the hare, specifically because of the weather and the turbulence that they're going to be facing. If you go too fast, you're going to get blown straight into the side of some architecture and you're going to be knocked out. So we heard earlier that Herbie is super consistent, and I think that consistency and that survivability is going to bode well for him. Obviously, his controls might punish him a little, but I think, yeah, it's definitely the tortoise approach for me. I think the tortoises might fare better today than the hares. I think with Samtastic, he is more of a hare. He's more of a full throttle racer. And Ricky Ticky is sort of somewhere in the middle. Ricky Ticky was kind of safe. He's been safe throughout the series, but I know that he does push himself because obviously his skill level, he's pushing himself to his limits. So I think as long as they save, they'll be all right. But my money is on Herbie just going the whole distance.
Well, here we go. We are have about a 60-second countdown on the way. It should be around 45 or 40 seconds now, but the race number 1 here is about to start, guys. Again, if you're in chat, make sure you guys showing your support for who you're rooting for here for race number 1, rush number 3 here. But now I'm very excited to see Kaplan Stadium in action. This is it's going to be exciting. And remember, all 9 races today are going to be in Kaplan Stadium, so we're going to get a lot of action, and it's going to be raced in 3 laps. So, Cyber Fox, whenever you're ready, man, take that countdown away, and let's get this race going.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! And it looks like Samtastic is in second place with Ricky Ticky taking an early lead, I think. Just looking carefully. Obviously, we don't have any of the markers that we are used to in Arena Commander. So Samtastic dropping down below the first strut, doing a 45 and taking it nice and easy. They've got a little bit of a lag, a little bit of desync that they've got to fight with. A very, very close battle here between these 2 racers. It looks like Herbie is now in the lead. Samtastic just taking it a little bit easy. Now, what's happening is they are fighting all of the wind, and you can see a very close, nearly hitting those struts there, really fighting against it. The TVI marker, if you can see it, is flipping about on the screen. It's just being shoved around all over the place. It's very unpredictable at the moment, and Samtastic is doing a fantastic job of getting through the slalom and moving on to Skyscraper Alley. So really fantastic to see him survive that. That's exactly what I was talking about at the start. Consistent flying style, battling the elements, and yeah, just staying alive, really. Herbie here coming through the chute. Oh! We've just had our first upset. with Herbie probably being hit by a gust of wind. Now, our analysts, and it looks like Samtastic's had an upset as well. Our analyst was talking about how the slalom was the most dangerous part of the race, and I was gonna say, like, a slight gust of wind in the chute is gonna be the most deadly part of this race. So we've got a DNF from Santastic, and I think a DNF from Herbie as well. So Ricky Ticky just has to survive. He's going down the chute now. You can see his TVI in the center of the screen is wobbling out quite a bit. He's going up and down and towards the floor and surviving that that quick long chute there and up to the fold. So the fold is like 2 or 3 180 turns. It's nice and easy. So the pressure is off. So he's just going to take it nice and slow, take it nice and wide, and yeah, settle down for the next lap. What an exciting first race! How did you feel? How did you feel about that, Crucian? Just seeing 2 races get wiped out so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looked a little bit more like desync than them making any mistakes from my opinion and what I've been able to see. But so far, Ricky Ticky just taking it very very slow. And we saw Herbie with Herbie was way ahead in advance. Of the 2 racers. But yeah, I think this turbulence is very very scary going into this race, and that's not an easy that's not super easy to go through. Being able to see Samtastic kind of drift and kind of get through the slalom there, that was every single strut he was going through was like a nail biter for me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what I was talking about right at the start. This isn't Arena Commander. This is all of the elements, all of the weather. And the way that the turbulence, the wind is programmed at the moment is it like gusts your ship kind of randomly. And I was speaking to some of the racers who are practicing in the PU. And just like Ricky Ticky's doing here, they know when to slow down. They know when they've lost control of their ship. They know when to do the tortoise and not do the hare, because they've got to stay in control of their ship to survive this event.
Yeah, it's man, this is that was scary. But Ricky Ticky, I mean Herbie and Samtastic, they this is just race number 1. So I mean they're still gonna have a massive chance to move up regardless. There's still another round that they have to go for things to adjust before any eliminations happen. So we just have to adjust from there and take it a little bit further. But we want to make sure that these, big air desyncs or air pockets that people are talking about don't affect some of these racers from getting to the placement that they deserve, honestly. So, but yeah, tough race overall, and we'll see as we continue into race number 2.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward also to seeing some of those faster races and seeing how they handle it, because when racers practice their time trials, often in Arena Commander, you get those top speeds, you get those fast racers like Audito, like Jellyhead, like Splen, like Liquid, those hares of the verse. And if they haven't spent time practicing in the PU, I think they are going to struggle. So we've seen them dominate the Arena Commander section of this tournament. But if they haven't been practicing in the PU, I think they will struggle in this this live part of the tournament. I do know that Splen has been putting some hours in. He normally spends most of his time in 0G, so he's going to be practicing this atmospheric race anyway, because it's he's a great racer, but his comfort zone is 0G, as we saw in the last round. So yeah, but he was putting in the hours in the PU, so he might struggle a little bit knowing his expertise, but he understands the ship very well that he's got. He's racing in an M50, and thankfully the wind doesn't blow that ship that much as well. So it'd be interesting to see how the faster racers tackle the challenges that they're going to face in this round.
Yeah, there is going to be a lot of challenges, and I wish turbulence was something that maybe wasn't applied just yet and was hopefully tested heavily in the PTU before it was brought over to live. But it's unfortunate, but also it creates an element for the racers that they just have to kind of surpass. Obviously, desync is not something that that anybody can surpass. It's just something that it's either luck or being unlucky. But I think that turbulence I think needs to be tuned a little bit better here, especially for Orison. But I do like the challenge that it really does bring to just racing overall. Because it's just gonna take practice for people to kind of learn and understand, how to manage it. Just kind of like anything else you're going to be doing in the verse. Whether it's dogfighting, you have to learn how to, you have to practice to learn to manage yourself, as a pilot. So, but yeah,
Yeah.
turbulence. From what I've seen, a lot of the racers and watching them practice, it's a little bit too much, from my opinion. But yeah,
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is like, tier -1 of flight controls and flight surface controls. So we know that CIG are very keen to bring in those flaps and those ailerons and the elevators, which affect the roll, the pitch, and the yaw of the ship. And I think this is like I said, tier -1 of getting the wind to run over the ship. And at the moment, we're not seeing anything that is systematic or systemic to the actual physics of the game. We're just seeing like random chaos forcing your ship around. And I think tier 0 will be when they get those flight control surfaces in. So when those flaps actually do interact with the atmosphere and with the air, and then it's going to be more predictable, more controllable, and it'll be more enjoyable to fly the ships in atmosphere.
Yep.
So I completely agree with you. Right now, it's a little bit unpredictable, it's a little bit chaotic, and yeah, it's not so much that you can control your ship just by knowing how it's going to work, because it's just random, right?
Yep, totally get it. Well, looking at our race number 2, rush number 2 here, we have a 4 man. This one's gonna be a treat here. We got Splen, Shacknu, Neojet, and Canadian Maverick. I didn't get to ask you this earlier, Cyberfox, but there's gonna be some very, very interesting races today, and I'm very much looking forward to it. But who's your person that you have, or that you're watching closely to see them, hopefully take that top 6 today?
Yeah, so like I said, yeah, tortoises versus hares again. So I know that Splen's been putting in the hours. So consistency over speed here. If he can be consistent, I think he's going to do well. I know that Shacknu's been doing a lot of practice. I was chatting to him yesterday, and he was keeping with his pre-race prep, which is to get rid of all his energy. So I was chatting to him while he was in the gym, which is quite fun. And Shacknu's more of a speed racer. He's very much a time trialer. And so as long as he doesn't rely too much on his muscle memory, as long as he doesn't fly like a robot, like he's just putting down a time trial, I think he's going to be a very competitive racer. And we've got the historic Shacknu versus Splen battles that have happened previously in the StarCitizen racing history. So it depends if he can fly like it's an art form rather than like it's a time trial. Now, Shacknu and was it Neojet were sort of similar in terms of their track speeds. And in terms of the ship choice, so they're both in P-72s this time as well. So I think we're going to see those P-72s battling out, and then Splen, giving them something to run for. I don't know how the snubs versus the racing ships are gonna fare in this. Canadian Maverick and Splen are in the M50s, and Canadian Maverick is obviously similar to Herbie, is a very consistent flyer. My prediction is that Splen, Shacknu, and Neojet are going to, as long as they can stay alive, stay at the front, build a big gap, stay in the lead, and then Canadian Maverick might find himself staying in Rush 2 throughout this tournament, or part of the tournament.
No, I'm very, very awesome breakdown, and I'm excited to see, especially where we have our Rush 1 race here coming up right after this as well, where we have an entire I don't want to, it's not the top group, but it is everyone who came in first place in their groups, which we're going to have Jellyhead, Ordito, Liquid, Prime, and Jetty. But I think that honestly, between Rush 1 and Rush 2, I feel like it's very stacked with some very incredible racers. So definitely looking forward to it. And we're almost ready to go here for we're just waiting for Neojet to go. So almost ready here for rush number 2, race number 2 of today's Gravity Rush semifinals.
Yeah, and you do make a good point that like the track times of the racers don't necessarily match up to the rush that they're in at the moment, and that's what this whole rush system is about. So we're going to shuffle them based on their skill level to find the fastest racers against each other, which is what I'm obviously looking forward to the most. But it does mean that previously, if they didn't score well, that's kind of like in the past. And now we can really reset, start from scratch, and see, you know, those battles head to head, who comes out on top. Obviously, they're battling more than just each other as well. So they're battling the wind and the turbulence, like we spoke about. They're going to be battling the ships and the different weights. So how the snub ships feel compared to the race ships. And they're going to be battling the desync and the lag, because the PU... it's a lot more. There's a lot more going on, isn't there? That you've got to keep up with the server ticks.
Yep.
Arena Commander is like this separate thing. It's much more efficient. It's much more refined. So you might find yourself colliding with some geometry, or hitting something, or thinking that you've got enough space between you and the person ahead of you, and actually you're colliding with each other and you don't know, because the server hasn't quite caught up and updated your positions. So I think they've got quite a lot to think about in the persistent universe compared to Arena Commander. It's great to see them. Great to see NeoJet, you know, battling this crash that he's had, getting onto the podium and the starting line. Sorry, not the grid, rather than podium. I'm getting ahead of myself. And yeah, just lining back up and getting everything ready again.
No, I'm looking forward to it. Here we go. Our last racer is on deck. This is going to be interesting, because obviously we have Splen, Origin M50, Shacknu in the P72, along with NeoJet, also in the P72, as you can see online. And then you got Canadian Maverick right back into that M50. I feel like it's funny, because rush number 3 was all the Razors. You got rush number 2, who's the P72s and M50s, and then you have a mix of everything in rush number 1. So this is definitely going to be a lot of fun to watch. Everybody got their racing suits on. Love to see it. And I'm looking forward to seeing, honestly, I think this race might be a little bit more, you know, I think it's going to be closer on, you know, unless those air pockets and desync are taking people out. Hopefully not. I don't want to jinx people, but I'm looking forward to see how the P72s end up doing in this specific race. We're not in 0G, so I feel like they should be able to keep up very, very well, especially, as, Shacknu and everybody who's using the snub, using their pitch to go through the slalom a lot quicker than, doing the drift, that drift style method.
Yeah, and obviously the P72 tends to have the advantage in ATMO, so we would normally say that it's the favorite ship to win in an ATMO track, which is what we've seen previously. But with the turbulence and the wind affecting the ships differently, I think we're going to learn a lot during this. I don't know if the weather cycle is going to affect the light ships more or less. I know that they've been doing testing with it, like removing components to see if the lighter ship helps or not. I think Shacknu was talking about it, and he was saying that when you remove the components and your ship is lighter, you do get a bit of extra control because your thrusters can move more powerfully. But if you add some weight, he thinks that the wind affects you less. Whereas other racers have told me that the bigger ship you've got, the more the wind affects you. So I think they're all trying to figure this out, and I think they're finding different approaches, different flying styles, and I think they're learning different things as they go along, because it's obviously a new system that everybody has to get used to. It looks like the final grid is set, and so we've got our 60-second countdown.
All right, here we go. Once again, if you guys are watching from home, thank you so much for joining us, whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, or on X. Thank you guys so much. We really super appreciate it. Make sure you guys are rooting for your favorite racer in the chat. Make sure you guys are showing them some love. Make sure you guys are rooting. But we have rush number 2, race number 2 coming up here. Splen, Shacknu, NeoJet, and Canadian Maverick are going to be going head-to-head to see who moves up and who moves down. Countdown's on you, CyberFox.
Absolutely. We've already got a very strange starting position by Canadian Maverick. He's got to watch out for his visibility here, because he can quite easily collide with any of the other racers if he can't see, because you can't see below your feet, right? The ship's blocking half of his screen. So we've got a 10-second countdown starting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Go. All right, and we are quickly underway, but I feel Canadian Maverick had a very a back position in the grid, so he should be fine as he turns here. Yep, looking very, very good going through the top of the struts and going into the slalom here, going pretty well.
Yeah, very consistent. So he's lined up and he hit that that slalom perfectly. You can see the snubs took a very early lead, and you can see Splen is on the 45s. So just rocking, taking it easy, rather than doing this more straight line that Canadian Maverick has taken. Looks like they're very close to each other, but Canadian Maverick is a little bit behind at the back of the pack. Splen coming through Cargo Alley, and Shaknu and Neojet. I'm actually not sure. I think Neojet is coming back around. I think Neojet might be in the lead, and Shaknu
Oh, I see.
is just a little bit behind him.
I think Splen's in the lead, and then we got Neojet in second. But Shaknu did miss one of the slalom pillars and had to go back around and able to take it back and then pass it through. Look at that zoom. Canadian Maverick just passing Shaknu there, going straight speed with that boost. And Canadian Maverick is, oh man, right into the wall.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw in the first race. Maverick is a DNF. We've got far enough through this race for that to actually count. I'm watching Splen going through the chute now, and he's taking it nice and easy and just pulling around to the fold. So he's managed to survive the first lap. And it looks like, yeah, Neojet's early... So, Splen on lap 2 by the looks of it.
Yep, it looks like he's
ahead.
just started lap number 2 right now.
Shaknu piling through the chute, had no issues there with any turbulence. Splen back on the 45s, racing nice and consistently. He's got quite a lead ahead of the snub ships, which really goes to show the fact that he's practiced this. Because, again, like I was saying, the snubs should have had the advantage in this track. So to see them slightly behind is quite surprising.
Yeah,
Shaknu taking a different approach on his side again as well. I was just pointing that out. He's, yeah, just gripping as tight as he can to the air, taking it a little bit wide around the slalom. Splen nearly running out as well. So I think Shaknu's doing that thing where he's just trying to catch up.
Yeah, I think Shaknu just taking it easy here, knowing that probably Canadian Maverick went down, right? Canadian Maverick is going to be the one that's going to get bumped down. So all he needs to do is survive, but he's already passed, you know, the first initial lap. But Neojet honestly doing a great job at just kind of controlling his ship, especially the snub. But I mean, Splen is just no mercy, doesn't care about the turbulence, doing a great job at speeding up, speeding down. When I was seeing him taking those 45s on that slalom, I think another, you know, masterclass here. He has a massive lead here going into the last lap, lap number 3, as soon as he gets, you know, right back under here of the start line. Yep. So lap number 3, Splen, and Neojet's honestly doing a great job at trying to get back into here and hopefully catch up, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, and both of them made it very nicely through the chute. Shaknu going through the chute now as well, while Splen's taking on the slalom. The chute doesn't seem to be too much of a problem after our first upset with Canadian Maverick. It hasn't affected anybody so much. They haven't been battling their ship so much. So I think what might have happened is the ground turbulence, because you're so close to the floor, that might have played a little bit of a factor into Canadian Maverick's demise. Maybe the more central position that Splen and Shaknu are taking through the chute maybe helped them a little bit. We can see Splen's just now taking it nice and easy through Cargo Alley, and yeah, coming back around to the chute. Nice and smooth, right in the center.
Yeah, I think what caught off guard. Oh no, Shaknu. Oh man.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch what happened to Shaknu. It looks like he just clipped some of the geometry there. So Neojet just has to survive
did hit
now.
one of the. Yep, Shaknu did hit one of the pillars as he was in the slalom. Looked like he lost a little bit of control. Could have been that turbulence factor, and unfortunately, just ran right into it there, Cyberfox.
Yeah, fair enough. So we've got Splen coming through the chutes. He's only got 2 or 3 more corners to go. He's got the fold and then round to the start-finish line again. Neojet a little bit further behind, but still making good progress. And going through the chute now. Oh, a little bit of drift there by Neojet. Splen taking the top finish, celebrating there a little bit as well. Oh, and Neojet's finding a little bit of difficulty, managed to control it, still in control of the ship. Very well done to Neojet. And he's just got to bring it home. He's just got to do some really nice, easy 180 turns around the fold here. And hopefully that will just mean that Neojet takes second place in this race. It's quite a light, like a wide area, not so much in the sense of danger now. They've passed the most dangerous part of the track. Splen was super happy. He was flying around like a dolphin at the end there, doing some little loops.
Cyberfox, believe it or
delighted as
not,
well.
yeah, believe it or not, before you know, when I was watching some old footage about, you know, Kaplan Stadium, a lot of people would use boost in that shoot because it is that straightaway. And I saw that, you know, when Canadian Maverick did crash, probably lost control to his ship because he was using boost. I saw him literally like pass Shaqnu in that shoot super fast, and that's where he just ended up hitting against the wall during the shoot. I feel like right now everybody in that shoot, because you're getting those, you know, everybody's saying you're getting those big pockets of wind there, is probably the most dangerous area of what we're seeing so far throughout this past two races. So I would just beware and take the shoot a little bit, you know, more careful than what you normally would used to, because boosting in there might be a risk to you racing, hitting into a wall and losing control because of the turbulence.
Absolutely. And the unpredictability makes the ships fly almost like they feel different, right? So it's not down to muscle memory anymore. It's not down to what you're used to. It's kind of like flying a completely different ship, because what you've got to do is slow yourself down. But then if you're slowing yourself down to compensate for the weather, you're not getting the grip that you need to go through the corners and have control of your ship. So the racers here are trying to find a balance between survivability and speed. And honestly, like I said at the very start, I think the survivability is really the key element for this race, especially with the weather and the turbulence.
Yes, I mean, watching Splen race there was actually, you know, fantastic. He did a great job just controlling himself throughout the entire race. And he did have some turbulence going into some of the, again, the shoot, having some. I saw some turbulence happening to him while he was doing the slalom, but he was actually doing a very good job of controlling his speed and slowing down when he needs to, and then moving up when he needed to as well. So very good speed control there from Splen overall in this race number 2, rush number 2, um, for the semifinals. So that was actually very awesome to watch. I know how bad some of these racers wanted. I know Canadian Maverick. You know, just I just feel like the shoot is such a dangerous part with the turbulence, man. I would not put my boost there or in the beginning of it, because it's just gonna make you lose control quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting that you say that, because Splen's best lap was 9 seconds faster than Shaqnu's. And Shaqnu should have had the advantage with the snub ship with the P-72. But again, it's a new type of flying with the weather system. So it's not what we're expecting to see. And the fact that Splen managed to stay in control, but also put down those times as well. 1 minute 37 was his best lap, and Shaqnu's is 146. Very interesting to see these racers use all of their skill, use all of their intuition to just battle what they're up against.
Yeah, well, we have our race number 3 coming up, which is going to be our rush number 1. Again, we have Jellyhead Made in the P-72, Ordito in the P-72, and Liquid Prime in the Origin M50, and then Jetty in the Mirai Razor. So we're going to have a little bit of a mix of everything. And, you know, we're going to see how these next 4 racers are going to handle the turbulence here in Kaplan Stadium. Again, we are not in Kaplan Circuit. We're in Kaplan Stadium, which is in the PU, and a little bit of the difference here towards the end, going over the fold. So make sure you guys, sorry for any confusion as you guys are watching from home. But again, thank you guys so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Cyberfox, quick question to you. What is your ideal, like, I'm not trying to get favorites from you. I just, you know, predictions I think is always good. You know, it's throughout esports, there's always predictions of who we think are going to win, things like that. So you know, obviously, who do you think is going to cement themselves in that top 6? Or is there going to be what do you call it? Or is there going to be something controversial happen. Well, what are your thoughts going into into these next few races now that we've seen the first two?
Yeah, so I mean, as predicted, Splen is moving up for the next round, for round two. So he's going to join the top racers, and we're going to lose one of the racers in this rush one that we're about to see. But in terms of answering your question, although Splen's already proven himself, my prediction would be Audito because he's just put in the time, and Jelly because, well, Jelly and Liquid because they're fast racers. They're the hares, so if they can survive, I think they're going to come out on top. So Audito, Jelly, Splen, and Liquid are 4. And out of the tortoises, out of those who are most consistent racers, I would say my money is going to be on Herbie. I think Herbie is one of those racers that always pulls it out of the bag. And those that are in the middle for the 6th, I'm not sure. I know that Shaknu and Neo and Canadian Maverick have battled it out in the previous rounds, and I know Samtastic has put in some times that are very close to those races as well. So I'm going to say those middle group is where I can't make a prediction yet. I want to see a little bit more about how they're going to fly and make sure they survive. Obviously, Canadian Maverick is dropping down, but it doesn't mean he can't make it all the way back through as well. So yeah, those middle packs, Shaknu, Neo, Canadian Maverick, Ricky Tiki, and Samtastic, I'm not sure how they're approaching it yet at the moment.
Yeah, well, we'll see adjustments, right? There's still going to be another group of races where people are going to be able to move up and down once again. So there is going to be a mix. I'm actually loving this format of these rushes that people are moving up and down. And I'm going to be honest, guys. This is our first year. This is the inaugural season of Gravity Rush. There are going to be rules changes with with the incredible laser team. So shout out to I want to give a big shout out to the laser team. You got Steve, you got Luigi, and you got Mad Cat. So make sure as you see them in the community, make sure you guys are showing them some love, man. We really appreciate them working with the ATMO team to put something together for the community. And I definitely want to see more people. One thing I want to mention is that as we get these top 3 and they come in, and we invite them to a land, you're gonna see these stories accumulate. These stories come to life about these people that we're racing online, and now they're in person racing against another 3, maybe for next year. So I'm telling you, man, if you're ready to race, if you're serious about racing, make sure you guys are joining us here at Gravity Rush. It's been an absolute journey so far. I can't wait to see what happens here in the semifinals, and most of all, into the finals going into it in a couple of weeks on August 23rd. So make sure you guys are tuned in. Make sure you guys are following ATMO Esports, and make sure you guys are getting all the updates on either our social media channels or on Discord, discord.gg/ATMO Esports. So, but it looks like our next race is ready and on the way. I'm excited for this one here, CyberFox. Let's see how these 4 racers take on the turbulence here happening in Orison.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a little bit of a technical issue with Liquid Prime crashing to desktop, but I'm sure he'll just jump straight back in a moment. The top 2 screens are going to be Mirai Razor on the left with an Injeti, an Origin M50 with Liquid Prime on the top right, and then the 2 snubs at the bottom. So top is Racing Ships and bottom is snubs with Audito and Jellyhead made at the bottom there. So it's going to be easy to keep track from a like a viewer's perspective of who's going head to head with each other as long as they stay alive. It's going to be an exciting race. And I also want to second what you said. I really enjoy this format that Laser has put together. I think the fact that we wait until the last round before we do any eliminations, and all of this shuffling around just kind of sorts the races out so that the last round is really the most exciting one. So for those who have just joined us, the final race will have, or the final round will have 8 racers. And throughout this, we're shuffling racers up and down between the rushes. And then at the very end, we're going to be eliminating the bottom 2 from each rush. So that at the very end, we're going to have 8 racers on screen together. So it's going to be a bit more busy than we've seen in Arena Commander, but I think a bit more exciting for that reason.
No, I totally agree with you, and that's one thing I'm excited for. And again, these racers are fighting for some incredible prizes across the board. So I'm excited to see which top 3 is going to be crowned and move on into a live scenario. I'm excited to do that again. Hopefully, maybe CitizenCon comes back next year, and that's where we invite everybody in if there's a plan for that. So I'm just honestly super excited. I think race number 2 really kind of got me a little bit going. It's unfortunate to see in race number 1, the couple DNFs, but I think a lot of these racers are a little bit understanding. They have more than a second chance in order to get, to kind of, be able to make it up and still make that top 6. So there's a lot of opportunity here still. So, for those that are racing, it's still not over. You still got a lot of chance, a lot of opportunity to come up and still nail your spot in that top 6 overall. So definitely looking forward to it. It looks like Liquid Prime is back. Had a quick CTD there, but we're about to get the race started here as soon as there we go. 60 seconds to go. Again, guys, if you guys are watching from home, thank you so much for joining us here on the ATMO Esports channels, whether it's on Twitch, YouTube, or on X. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you guys are rooting for your favorite racer, and let's get this race underway. I'm excited for this one, CyberFox.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny to see Jellyheadmaid has a little bit of damage on his left wing already. Ordito's getting ready in the time trial position. Looks like he's going to do the dolphin position around the slalom. It's dangerous because it means he's not going to have visibility of the other racers and almost ignoring them just to try and get out ahead. So it depends if he can get to the end of this section, this skid row, before the racing ships in order for that to be safe. So it'll be interesting to watch if the snubs get ahead. And we're about to start.
Take it away.
In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they're off. Ordito had a crash to test desktop, unfortunately. It looks like we might have to restart that race. He did have the early lead, and Ninjetti did overtake him when we had the crash. So we're just waiting to see what flag is called, if we're getting one. So Ordito did have a crash to desktop. That is confirmed. Looks like Liquid Prime is just comfortably doing some slalom, while Jellyheadmaid is on his side doing a dolphin dive. Still waiting for the official call on this. Not sure if they're going to restart this or not, but Jellyheadmaid is keeping up with Liquid. And it looks like they're continuing. Liquid Prime looks like he's in the lead with Jellyheadmaid and Ninjetti just a little bit further behind. Liquid coming through Cargo Alley, Jellyheadmaid right behind him, and Ninjetti just coming in behind that. And going into the chute, so this is the most dangerous part of the track. Liquid Prime centering, and Jellyheadmaid slightly off center. I think Jellyheadmaid's struggling a little bit more than the other two. He's wobbling about a bit, all getting very close to those struts there. But all of them made it out very cleanly. Ninjetti's out as well, and they're all going around the fold. This part is obviously much wider, much more breathable. We could see them flying across each other on their screens. And now, hopefully, they are saving up their boost to go through until Skid Row and the start-finish line.
Yeah, I was watching Jellyheadmaid go through that initial, going through the initial crate there. Sorry, I lost the wording for the section, but
shoot, don't worry.
yes, the shoot. There you go. But absolutely no boost in there. I think very, very smart to not, have those winds or that turbulence really mess them up. But seeing them go through the last straightaway there and using boost towards there, I think it's is probably the better smart area that that they needed to have. I guess the best control of their ship and not have any of those. Like you don't want any chances of messing up or allowing DSEC to mess you up or allowing that turbulence to come into play in any of those moments. So very good control here by Jellyhead.
Jellyheadmaid nearly took a collision there. Sorry to interrupt, Crucian, but my gosh, that was close. And it looks like he's just been overtaken by Ninjetti because of that. So he did have a bit of a gust of wind. So just as you were talking about how they have to be careful, Jellyheadmaid was careful, and he did manage to survive that, managed to compensate for that. If we jump into Jellyheadmaid's view here, we might be able to see an overtake or an attempt at an overtake coming into the chute now. Very, very close past Ninjetti. Looks like he's got that position back. Has Ninjetti survived that? Yes, he has. So Ninjetti is now swapped behind him. Jellyheadmaid recovering very quickly, which is exactly what we like to see. We've got a little bit of lag from Ninjetti, so Ninjetti's screen has frozen. Might have a crash to desktop as well. But yeah, Jelly had made surviving that and then taking an overtake just before the shoot. That was incredible to watch. Ninjetti's crashed desktop, unfortunately, so it is now Liquid to take it home, and Jellyhead just got to survive to get second place on this track. It looks like Audito is actually carrying on with his race as well, so it might be that Audito doesn't drop through if he can surpass Ninjetti's position as he continues to catch up to where he left off.
Yeah, very good call there. And here we go, Liquid Prime going through slalom. I believe Liquid Prime is, in a very good lead, and I think Jelly had made right behind them. I'm not sure what happened to Ninjetti, if it was a CTD or not, but seems like Ninjetti is going to be out of this race, so that gives Ordito a chance to not, to kind of stay put and and not move down within the race and stay in that initial rush going into our round 2 of the day.
Yeah, it's a very interesting twist to what had happened. The fact that Audito is now guaranteed almost last place finish as long as he survives. It'd just be interesting to see if he can break his time trial muscle memory and just take it easy, make sure that he controls the ship, make sure he fights against all of the turbulence. Liquid Prime taking a slightly different angle through the chute there, coming around to the fold, so it should be nice and easy. Jellyhead made not that far behind him. I think he's closing in on the distance, pushing his boost a little bit through the chute, maybe to use it to control. And it looks like Ninjetti's trying to load back in as well, so Ninjetti may make it back to the track. I wonder if he's going to make it. Oh, Liquid Prime a bit low here. Oh, I'm just interrupting myself because he is struggling to lift that up, but he's got control of it.
There you go. That was scary right there. Any little bit more not having that control, it would have just, oh man, that would have been it for him for the race. But this is super exciting here. Ordito's back. Let's see if Ninjetti can get back in. Ninjetti should be able to get back in once his ship is still underway. Still, didn't crash. He should be all right. I believe Liquid Prime finished there with a fastest lap of 57 seconds. Man, that's if that was 57 seconds, that was fast. But yeah, so maybe there's an error there on the leaderboard.
That would be like 23, 24 seconds faster than the world record. So yeah, I don't expect 57 is completely accurate. That'd be funny though. But yeah, Herbie was putting down some times to this literally 7 days ago. I won't talk about him too much now. I'll talk about him when we see him race. But it's just interesting to see those that are putting down the times getting that practice. Ninjetti, if he can get back to the race, has got his marker. So if he can recover back to the track, they're tracking his position. He could just carry on where he left off. So I wonder if Audito's just gone round the start finish line checkpoint there. I wonder if that's legal. Going through Skid Row, and Ninjetti didn't recover back to the track. So yeah, we're counting that as a DNF. So unfortunately, Ninjetti, after all the drama that is in this race, Ninjetti is the one that's DNFing. So he'll be moving down into Rush 2, as long as Audito can survive, as long as Audito can make it past his Ninjetti's last known position. So Audito here has just got to keep control of his ship, really. It's should be nice and easy to watch. I don't know if we can get him on the big screen coming through to Cargo Alley now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ordito definitely has this already in lap number 3, where Ninjetti kind of crashed out in lap number 2. That's honestly a little bit unfortunate for Ninjetti, but again, there's still a lot of positions that are going to be coming in and out that are still going to allow Ninjetti to come back into the first, into rush number 1 and have a little bit of a less chance to be eliminated. So there's still a lot of chances, guys. Don't feel too. How do you say it? Don't feel too bummed out. They're still just kind of lock in and continue racing.
Oh, I saw as you were talking, Audito was pushing it a little bit, and he came around the corner a little bit too fast and collided with some of the architecture, literally on the final lap, I think. Yeah, lap 3. But well done for him. He was fighting a lot of wind coming down the chute, trying to keep his nose in position. And then as he came out of the chute towards the fold, did the fold fine, and then just collided as he was coming back around, literally for like the penultimate turn. But yeah, good to secure his position in third place there. What a fantastic race.
Yeah, I think that was a great recovery by Ardito. Still, leaves him in the position, not going down. And Jetty, unfortunately, is going to be bumped down to rush number 2, which is totally fine. But this was our last race, so let's go back to our analyst desk and let's see what Jacketin and Tint has to say about these first 3 rushes, and we'll get ready for our next 3 rushes coming up very soon. All right, guys, we are back. That was very interesting. Some unfortunate things happening with some crashes, some wind, a little bit of desync, but still some very interesting racing overall. And Tint, you guys, Jacketin, you guys seem very eager to jump into it. So Tint, let's kick it off to you, man. First 3 race, let's go with race number 1, rush number 3, where we had Herbie, Ricky Ticky, and Samtastic. Unfortunately, we had 2 DNFs early on. But still, break that down for us. And what do you think these teams can do? These races can do a little better to hopefully have better control of the turbulence.
So, I mean, I think we did see some unusual techniques from these racers in an attempt to battle that turbulence. And unfortunately, I don't think it really paid off at all for them. We saw both Ricky and Sam using this kind of pure yaw approach in the slalom that left them both swinging very wide and with very little control over the ships in this section. Whereas we saw Herbie with the more sort of traditional approach here, able to easily push ahead and gain a huge amount of time over these two in the slalom section. So I think on that merit alone, I'm worried about them moving forward. But obviously, Herbie just leveraging his consistency and doing exactly what we expect from him.
Yeah, I mean, Herbie unfortunately had that, during in the shoot where he got that, that big piece of wind. But I keep saying, like, in the shoot that, like, I think just doing any boost in the shoot is going to be a risk regardless because of this turbulence. But that's where we saw Herbie go down, which I think he would have probably did a great job at probably finishing the race in a good spot to move on up. But that was just unfortunate, and we saw Ricky Tiki move on up on this one instead by him just continue being consistent. But your thoughts on this first race there, Jacketin?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much summed it up really well. I mean, we saw Ricky and Sam kind of doing this very drastic yawing through the
Yep.
slalom. Very difficult to control with the turbulence and just straight up with the control in the slalom in general. Whereas we saw Herbie, keeping it calm and controlled, managed to get through the slalom relatively cleanly, but then unfortunately got to the shoot and it looked like desync, to be honest. But I mean, it's just the state of the game how it is right now. It did look like he had a lot of clean air, and just unfortunate that he crashed. Would have loved to see him carry on, see how he handles the turbulence to the shoot, because we did see like that section was
Yep.
where a lot of the racers really struggled to maintain the control. So I would have loved to see how his practice would have paid off in that straight. But unfortunately, it is what it is. Have to deal with the game in the state that it is. So
Yeah, and one thing I'll say, I appreciate every racer, kind of fighting through it and racing through, the challenges, no matter what. But honestly, like you both mentioned how rough it is to go through those slaloms, and before, at EA54, we saw how smooth those slaloms was, especially with the dolphin dives and swerves that you call a Tint. But man, it's rough out there. The difference, it's very very heavy. So. Uh, Man, that's hopefully teams can continue to adjust and as they move on. But going into race number 2, rush number 2, we saw Splen, Shacknu, Neojet, and Canadian Maverick. Canadian Maverick boost through the chute, unfortunately, hit one of the walls. That turbulence got him. Like it's very hard for that turbulence to for you to angle yourself to where you're not too low, but it keeps bringing you down. You can adjust up. That one's very tough. But jacketing right back to you for race 2, rush 2. How was that race for you overall?
right, so Rush 2 was pretty much the first taste of what, competitive level racing is going to look like, right? We had Neojet, Splin, and Shacknu. I mean, obviously, even Canadian Maverick, which unfortunately did get the DNF quite early on, but we saw 3 different ways of tackling the slalom straight up from the start. So we saw Splen using that kind of drift chaining technique, swaying left to right. Neojet opted to use the corkscrew technique, which basically means you pitch up into the slalom and you rotate the other way and pitch up through the slalom again. So you're constantly chaining pitch up techniques. We're seeing it now on the replay. And then Shaqnu and Canadian Maverick opting for the dolphin dive. Now, unfortunately, we did see Shaqnu missing a checkpoint in the beginning, most likely because the turbulence caught him just as he was coming down and actually pushed him away from the track. So it was
On the track.
unfortunate to
Okay.
see that happening, which obviously knocked him down a little bit positions. But then once they got to the shoot, it was really, really interesting there. And reason for that is obviously the M50, super fast, super it bucks around even without the turbulence. So seeing Splen maintain that control was really, really impressive.
Yep.
Shaqnu, same. We did see a little bit of throttle control just to keep that TVI in check. NeoJet, on the other hand, I saw something really interesting in the pre-race setup where he was actually loading shields and weapons onto his P72. I would imagine that is to add weight to reduce the wind effect on his ship, which, to be honest, I think did pay off, as I was not noticing the same level of turbulence effect on NeoJet that I did on Shaqnu. It could have been just RNG, but I did notice that it was not affecting NeoJet as much. So very interesting to see, NeoJet opting to add more ballast, I guess, to his ship just to maintain that stability. Then on
Very,
the last
very good
straight,
points.
sorry,
No, no,
I had so much to go for this one.
no, no,
But
go
on the
for it.
last
Go for
point,
it, man.
it was
I love the breakdown. Go for it. Go for it.
I loved seeing how they each handled the fold. So Splen decided to just completely go flat. He pre-turned, really did a zero-G kind of maneuver, pre-turning beforehand, pushing his ship up so that when he got the clearance, he's already facing the next turn. So
The next turn.
really, you could see that kind of zero-G playstyle coming in with all that pre-turning. And I loved Shaqnu, on the other hand, using the pitch anyways, but using the full width of the track. So starting off the turn on the left side and pitching up all the way to the right, and then going from the right all the way to the left and just kind of using that full width. I loved seeing that.
No, all very incredible points. Thank you so much for that analysis and breakdown for us. Ten, anything you want to add to that? To that? To
Definitely, yeah. Well,
I'm
it's great to
sorry.
see the variety of tactics on display, and I think that we're going to see a theme throughout here that the dolphin dive is ultimately going to be very punishing, and Shaqnu showed us just how badly that can go. And this is, I mean, this is a racer that we know can execute on it.
Yep.
Shaqnu is absolutely somebody who can have that sort of level of precision in the ship handling, but even before the addition of turbulence, the dolphin dive was absolutely the technique with the least margin for error. It's very easy to overspeed. It's very easy to get past the handling capacity of the ship, and the turbulence is just adding another layer to that problem. And so we've seen throughout all of these races that it's definitely hazardous, and Shaqnu paid the price for it on this race. Neo taking the straights on a 45-degree angle was absolutely interesting to me, and I'm very curious to see how it plays out across the rest of the race day. If it is more stable because he's presenting the wing surfaces to both directions for turbulence, but definitely just a wild kind of shotgun approach of ways to handle the turbulence from these racers because it's such a new mechanic. There's not an established, you know, textbook. This is how you do it, and so we're seeing it live.
Very, very well played, and like I also think so as well. But like, did I kind of like how Jacobin said, like, did turbulence even really bother Splat at that point? Like, he was flying free, there's no issues whatsoever, and that was pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Look, Chad. I'm not trying to gas up Splend, but that was pretty dang good, man. Can't complain there. So. But anyways, going into race number 3, rush number 1, we saw Jelly Headmade, Ordito, Liquid Prime, and Jetty. Unfortunately, a little bit of a couple CTDs. The game, unfortunately, is continuing to do that, regardless of whether it's an AC or PU. So we're trying to work through those and being as fair as possible as we can throughout the day. But what are your thoughts? Right back to you, Tint, on race number 3, rush number 1, where we saw the top of each group go head to head.
It was great to see the ship variety here on full display. And I'm so bummed out that Ninjetti did unfortunately get knocked out by his CTDs because on his first lap, he showed us that the Razor can absolutely hang with these ships on this track. He was putting up a fantastic lap time. keeping pace, just kind of stayed glued behind Jelly and took the opportunity for an overtake when he got it. And again, we saw some different approaches to the slalom, paying off and not paying off for the different racers. Ordito, we definitely saw struggling in places to maintain control, again using that dolphin. And we saw Jelly originally going in with the dolphin, deciding to mix it up and almost having a complete disaster, like you just saw on the replay in lap two, and deciding in lap three to set himself back to what he presumably practiced with the dolphins and just take it a little bit slower. But at the end of the day, I don't think I'm surprised at the M51 here. The M50 is definitely showing its strengths on this track today between its kind of strong authority in yaw and its lesser sort of temptation to be sucked in by the turbulence.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned, seeing all the three ships being on display here, I totally agree with that point. And this was the first race where we had a little bit of mix of everything all at once. So, very very good point on that. Jacqueline, your thoughts on race number 3 on this initial rush number 1?
Yeah, I'm not gonna take as much time as I did on that second one there, but yeah, I think this was the closest one that we've had so far. It's a shame that Ordito crashed right off the line because I think this would have been a really close four-way battle through the whole race. Ninjetti really keeping that Razor up to par with the M50 with that P72. So it was really fantastic display of racing from all of them here. We did see Jelly kind of mix and match the ways to take the slalom just to try and compensate for the turbulence, but funnily enough, the dolphin dive did end up being the better method of taking the slalom for the P72, even though you have to fight the ship so much. But we are
Yeah.
seeing a trend here that the heavier ships do seem to have better resistance to the turbulence. We're seeing the M50 and the Razor really going smoothly through the shoots in comparison to the P72s. Whilst at the same time, if you compare the P72s together, the ones that are actually loading up their ship with weight are managing to get through it a lot less um,
Yep.
interruption. So it's awesome to see that, as Tin said, this is not really a mechanic that we're used to. It's relatively new. We don't have any meters or indications to track the strength and potency and the effects on the ships. So it's all based on feel right now. And we can see that the weight is actually really playing a part. So it's going to be interesting to see how it evolves throughout the series.
And Jacket, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Keep on with those long analysis. Something that I want to give everybody their flowers for, right? Is that, like, honestly, me being someone that I have so much going on in life, and I'm very busy, events after events, and doing other stuff, whether it's in the fighting game community or anywhere else, right? And me adding Atmo to on top of my responsibilities. Honestly, I've learned so much from you guys, from Cyberfox, from Steve CC, learning a lot in ship racing. And honestly, like, the knowledge that I had going into Gravity Rush wasn't that high until, my confidence definitely has gone up by listening to you both kind of break down these races. So I don't think nothing can ever be too long, to be honest. So I really appreciate you guys and everybody that has come on so far to kind of, talk about racing and talk and analyzing all these races, because trust me, I'm feeling pretty good up here because of you guys. So thank you so much for that. One thing before we jump into the next race, right? One thing I want to ask is, obviously turbulence is a little bit too much, but like, honestly, if it's tweaked, right, and in Arena Commander, you will be able to turn it on or off from a competitive environment. And I'll start with you, Jacqueline. Do you feel like turbulence plays can play a role into a competitive race if it can be turned on or off, like in the future in Arena Commander? Do you think there's space for it, like weather? Like, what are your thoughts?
To be completely honest, I think I would rather have ways to predict and not control, but the way to predict and read the turbulence rather than take it away completely. Because something it's been a common thing among racing for as long as I can remember is that we always strip ships down to the bare minimum. And
Yep.
the fact that we're seeing weight actually play out positively for once is something that interests me quite a bit. So if there's a way to read the turbulence and see, like, if there's heavy winds in Crusader at this level right now, so this amount of weight will actually help maintain stability. That really adds a lot to competitive integrity, both from an engineering perspective and just no race is the same. Whereas right now, if you strip everything down and have no resistance whatsoever, it's all just go fast, fast, fast. And as fun as
Yeah.
that is, having that variation and that kind of from one race to another, it's different. That intrigues me, but I might be alone in that concept.
Really quick before we start our next race, what are your thoughts on the competitive environment? Like, would you be okay with some type of turbulence or weather? You know, if you know, going into something competitive where there's something on the line.
I think Jago and I are pretty similar in that we're both people who are in sort of we want knowing to be half the battle. We want knowledge to
Yep.
be a huge part of the game in terms of how we handle these competitive events, because that one means that there's less of a gap for new racers if they're able to go out and get the information that's current to the patch that other racers have already researched. They can get a leg up quicker and get into the game quicker. But I think this is a really fantastic opportunity for CIG to give us a compelling difference between Arena Commander and the PU for these sorts of events. I mean, we've been doing some practicing for the upcoming Anzia races in the PU, and having rain and darkness and cloud cover all come into play in these city tracks has been really eye-opening to the sort of power that it can have over the racing scene as a whole. The turbulence right now is obviously really drastically overtuned. We're seeing
Yep.
it whip
Of
back
course.
and forth, massive differences, and really really high wind effects that really don't quite make sense given how heavy the physics engine treats our ships as being. But I would love to see a more consistent toned down version of it in the PU and keep Arena Commander sort of that clinical, pure environment where it's always the sun shining, the wind is always mild, and we can just see pure technical skill on display.
All right. Well, our next race is up, so let's go ahead and shoot it over to our race number 4, and we're heading back to rush number 3, where we're going to see Canadian Maverick Herbie and Samtastic to see who's going to move up into rush number 2. So we'll be right back, guys. Thank you so much. All right, Cyberfox, how we feeling, man? That was an incredible breakdown by both Jacketin and Tint. But here we are. We're on the next race here. Canadian Maverick Herbie and Samtastic. How you feeling, my friend?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. I'm glad that they've got their practice in, and I'm glad we've had our first shuffle, and we can see that these racers are ready, and they've got their techniques ready for this next round as well. Canadian Maverick going on the 45s. Really interesting to reiterate what they were talking about in Neojet. Going on a 45-degree angle, wondering, you know, the amount of testing that these racers do, whether that has an effect on the weather and the impact of the turbulence on the ship. I don't know. I've not tested that myself, but we've got our 30-second countdown, so I'm going to be looking out for that. I'm going to be seeing if anybody's more impacted on it, depending on their flying style.
Yep. Well, here we go. I think we're about to start the race here shortly.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! And it looks like Canadian Maverick is taking a little bit of an early lead, if I can read that right, or is it Samtastic? It might... No, they're really close to each other, actually. A few little overtakes by the looks of it already on this first corner. Canadian Maverick and Herbie battling it out. All three of them. Samtastic keeping up as well. All of them on the 45s. A little bit of desync there for Samtastic. Sorry, for Canadian Maverick. And he is on the Dolphin Dive now. Herbie fighting a little bit for control. It looks like Samtastic is probably the most consistent at the moment. I can't tell who's the furthest of the way through because there's like 11 of these struts that they've got to go around. And it looks like Herbie might be coming out first. Yeah, Herbie is out and towards Skyscraper Alley and taking it nice and easy. Very, very quick off the start now. And yeah, just what a great way to start the race. Lots of separation between them. And we've got Canadian Maverick behind Samtastic, behind Herbie.
Yeah, I see Samtastic doing a great job at really keeping up with Herbie there. But Herbie, man, he is putting on the gas. And here's that shoot where everybody needs to be careful. This is where Herbie, unfortunately, was kind of went out a little bit. So while we see Canadian Maverick trying to catch up here, pushing that boost, but he almost lost control, hitting the top of that pillar or that strut there. Here we go into the fold. But man, this is looking very good for these three racers right now, CyberFox.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Samtastic struggling the most there. Canadian Maverick taking it nice and smooth, and then the wind just blowing Sam around quite a lot. Canadian Maverick taking these corners a little bit tighter. Herbie is now on the straight again, with Canadian Maverick just in second place and Samtastic right behind. So we're going to see this all again. They're coming around to the start-finish line, but Canadian Maverick just clipping some of that geometry. Might have been a bit of a desync there. It looked like he was centered to me, but that is a DNF. So now we've got a head-to-head with Herbie and in the lead and Samtastic behind. We can see on our action camera, it might be good to zoom in on that action camera after we see Samtastic go around this slalom. And the action camera is zooming in here to see them battling it out, coming around the slaloms one after the other. Herbie taking it nice and tight, going over those struts nice and easy. Samtastic going a little bit wide, and Samtastic is fighting the ship now, having to go back. No danger, but losing a bit of time, losing a bit of position there, while Herbie sort of just carries on. But Herbie nice and clean, keeping control. All of that consistency that we were talking about before.
Yeah,
Herbie
I mean, Samtastic doing a great job at holding on those brakes, though, and kind of controlling that speed. But, man, these slaloms are very, very scary right now, especially with this turbulence going on, man. But, you know, I'm going to say good job to both Samtastic and Herbie for holding on. And then you said earlier that Canadian Maverick was a little bit leveled. But, honestly, I like from what I saw on Samtastic's screen, it looked like he hit the bottom of the deck in that shoot part. So, kind of like how Samtastic is kind of losing a little bit of control, kind of going down a little bit. So it's very hard to keep control in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. And Samtastic had a little bit of a fight on his hands there, but made it through and survived. Going through the fold now, doing a little bit of pre-turning, but doing a drift around, which is nice and comfortable, nice and easy to see. Using a little bit of boost to try and control the ship to get it flipped to the 180. Herbie and Samtastic got a little bit of distance between them. Looks like about 400 meters. And Herbie coming in to start lap 3, which is our final lap.
Yeah, I think you said it very well, Cyberfox. Herbie just doing a very great job of just staying very consistent in where they're currently at, doing a great job. And you know, I know Canadian Mavericks kind of, you know, he very much wants this, but again, there's still an opportunity here to kind of move forward and hopefully not get any type of disqualification, because we don't have Slum uh, anywhere. You know, I guess Slum didn't make it today, but just remember that instead of having multiple people being what do you call it, disqualified. Oh, no, Sam, disqualified in the last rush number 3, race 7. It's only going to be one person. So that's going to give a chance to some people to kind of, you know, get it together with them during this race and hopefully kind of, you know, get back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's all to play for, and that's why I really do enjoy this format. And we just saw Samtastic, as you spotted, really struggling to keep hold of his ship, but managing to survive, managing not to hit those struts like Canadian Maverick unfortunately did. And now Herbie is taking a very slow entry to the chutes at the moment. Looks like he's staying off of his boost meter and just taking it easy. You can see the TVI trying to bring it into the center, pulling up a little bit, pulling down, and just just staying under control there. But you could see it like randomly pulling his ship around. And that's the thing that's the most difficult about this. It's like the random number generation. It's not super predictable, and it's very hard to figure out like what forces are happening on your ship. It's hard to read. It's not like you've got like a windsock and it's going in one direction. It's just pulling your ship in all the different directions. But yeah, we can see on the action camera there's quite a bit of distance now between the two. So Herbie is coming out of those structures, whereas Samtastic is halfway down the middle now, coming around to complete lap 3.
Yeah, Sam is doing a great, absolutely great job here. Samtastic just kind of, you know, going through that final stretch. Great, going into his 3rd lap. Wait, did Samtastic pass Herbie?
No, I think both of them have finished the race. It just didn't clock
Oh,
on
okay.
our overlay. Yeah, Herbie was a little bit ahead coming through the finish line just as Samtastic was coming out of the not the chute, but the structures that are similar to the chute but wider. So yeah, the race is now finished, and it looks like we are going to get ready and set up for our second round.
Well, that means Herbie is going to move on up. Canadian Maverick is going to stay put in rush number 3. And unfortunately, there is a possibility that Canadian Maverick can be disqualified going into race number 7. Canadian Maverick just has to really, do a great job at keeping that control over that speed, especially in the chute overall, because I feel like he hit the bottom of the chute there. But still, again, a lot of opportunity for them to not get eliminated and continue moving forward. So, there's still a lot of a lot of people rooting for Canadian. So, best of luck going into race number 7. So, race number 5, going back to rush number 2 here, Cyberfox. We have now Ninjetti, Neojet, Shaqnu, and Ricky Tiki. Ricky Tiki moved up from race number 1, from rush number 3, now in rush number 2, and now we have one person who is going to be able to move on up here. So this one's going to be super exciting. What are your thoughts here, Cyberfox?
Yeah, it's just interesting to see that my prediction at the start is so far mostly correct. So we've got Audito, Jelly, Splen, Liquid, the fast racers doing quite well, and then Herbie being the one that's consistent, that's moving up between the groups. So for this next race, we've got a lot of racers who are I think very similar in their not skill level, but their times on this track, I should say. And so we've got 2 razors and 2 snub ships, and I think it's going to be close. But it's the middling of the pack that I really can't predict. I think anything can happen in this race, and it'll be interesting to see. Shaqnu obviously puts down some very, very fast times in time trials. He's a super precise racer, but we did see him knocked out a little bit in the previous round. So as long as he can stay slow and smooth in this race, I would say that he's going to be putting down a competitive time, or at least I hope to see that, especially in the snub ship.
Yep, very good point there. And yes, I thank you for kind of recovering there for me on Samtastic. Unfortunately, to kind of reiterate, Herbie did take a wrong line there, and Samtastic is going to move on up. So very good on Samtastic, to be honest. Very excited to see him move on up to rush number 3. So, anyways, we got rush number 2 about to start. What do you got here, Cyberfox? I feel like I know Ninjetti had a CTD, so I know Ninjetti is coming back with a vengeance for sure. I think Ninjetti has something to prove, and Ninjetti wants to be back up there in rush number 1, so he has the opportunity to do it right now.
Yeah, I think Neojet and Ninjetti is excellent at 0G and has previously struggled a little bit with the low ATMO tracks. And I hope he just takes a safe approach with this one, whereas Neojet is normally like a full burn type of racer, but he has been taking the straights at 45 degrees, as we discussed before. So I think he is compensating. I think he's practiced quite well for this event. And it's interesting to note that although the stability is really random, and although we don't know exactly if the heavier ships are more impacted or the lighter ships are more impacted, what we do know is it's supposed to be 100% unpredictable. Like, we know that we get like a shove up on our TVI when we're pitching up. Sometimes we get a little bit of a shove down, sometimes when we're pitching down. But those who have raced the most and put the most hours in this patch are the ones who are kind of getting used to that pattern, because there is an underlying pattern. And, I don't fly enough to pick up on such tiny, minute details like that. But some of these racers do, and they could time it to their advantage. They can use the boost just before one of the turbulence is expected, so they can boost to try and counteract it, and then go a bit slower when they know that it's not coming. So I think the racers that have been experimenting with different ways of flying. Those racers who've been doing laps in this atmospheric track, those who've been putting in the hours, those are the ones who are more used to this randomness, right? It's kind of weird because you know, randomness is something you're not supposed to be able to get used to, but I still think it counts. There's got to be an underlying algorithm there somewhere that's telling the game what to do to the ships.
Well, here we go. We have our next race starting here with rush number 2, race number 5 here. We got Ninjetti, Neojet, Shacknu, and Ricky Tiki. Let's see who moves up, and let's see who moves down. So, Cyberfox, whenever you're ready, man, take it away, and let's get this race underway.
Absolutely. So again, we've got Ninjetti in the Mirai Razor at the top, Neojet in the snub at the top right, Shacknu in the snub at the bottom left, and Ricky Tiki in the Razor in the bottom right. So here's the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they're off.
Beautiful
Looks like
countdown
Ricky
there
Tiki
by
might have taken
Cyberfox.
an early lead. Well, maybe Neojet's coming out the front here, actually. Or is it Shacknu? It's a very tight battle for all of them. Shacknu taking the turn really nice and tight. Neojet rolling around, doing that corkscrew pattern that we talked about. That makes me a little bit dizzy to watch, whereas Shacknu's on his side and Ricky Tiki is doing a bit of a slalom, a bit of a drift. Same with Ninjetti. Ninjetti and Ricky Tiki are, well, Ricky Tiki's taking it a bit wide here, losing a little bit of control. Neojet managing to stay consistent, and Shacknu, of course, just straight as an arrow, showing us that precision that we just spoke about. Neojet looks like he's got a crash to desktop. Hopefully he survived. Hopefully that hasn't cost... Oh, no, it looks like he has crashed. And Ricky Tiki coming out the slowest, but surviving. So taking it really wide again, yawing rather than pitch rolling, not on the 45s, struggling to use those main thrusters to bring him back in control. And we got Shacknu entering the chute now as well, taking it nice and center. A quick overtake by Ninjetti, just showing that the Razor can keep up with the snubs on this track, which is what we were talking about. Ninjetti taking an early turn into the fold. And yeah, just making the gap a bit wider, I think, taking a really nice overtake and then just extending that lead with Ricky Tiki following to the chute now. Very uncontrolled Ricky Tiki there. I think he's fighting his ship really close to the edge. His right wing might clip the edge. His base might clip the edge. He's fighting the TVI, but he makes it through and survives and now is into the clear. And it looks like there's only... Oh, and Ricky Tiki right at the end of the chute, just crashing out there as well. So we got a head-to-head with Ninjetti and Shacknu.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. I honestly love seeing the Neojet corkscrew going through the slalom so smoothly, and that's the smoothest I've seen it so far because of how bad the turbulence has been. But man, to see him, I'm not sure what happened there. It looked like I had a quick CTD and then came back, and then he was in the nursery. So, but look how close Ninjetti and Shacknu are just going through a slalom. This is going to be a fight to see who's going to move on up here into rush number 1 fighting, but Ninjetti with a little bit of that advantage, using that Razor, but still the snub, as you said, still has a very good advantage there, and putting in that boost. Shacknu just overtakes Ninjetti right now.
Yeah, Shacknu just pushing. I think he's just... Oh, and Ninjetti taking over again. This is going to be a back and forth right to the end of this race by the feel of it, because they got different boost meters. And, Shacknu's seeing red at the moment. He sees somebody in front of him and his racer instincts have kicked in. He's going into time trial mode and he's just kicking ass, just pushing the ship to the limit. I saw him redding out a little bit earlier coming through the slalom, and now he's closing the gap between Ninjetti. I wonder how much of a gap there will be after he comes around this corner. Looks like 800 meters, 900 meters, 800, 700, 600. He's catching up. He's overtaken. It looks like there was a little bit of a miscontrol of the ship there that has put puts Shaknu back in the lead. And yeah, Ninjetti's now DNF'd, lost control of his ship. Shaknu may or may not know that he's crashed, so hopefully Shaknu will not continue to fly in the red zone and just slow down and take it easy and make sure that he survives the rest of this race. But yeah, coming around to what part of the race are we on? I'm a little bit lost. Has he finished? Is he? I think he's.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's got the checkered flag. There we go.
Yep.
Oh,
They got the
what an
checkered flag.
exciting end to that race.
Yeah, they're going to preserve some daylight here to cut it early. But, it's honestly, it's unfortunate because without the turbulence, this would have been an even more closer race, believe it or not. And I'm a little bit sad about that because, I want to see 4 people racing edge to edge at all times. And I think, like the turbulence, just not enough practice with it, maybe just is kind of like taking that away from us a little bit, Cyberfox. But, that's all I'm gonna say right now.
Yeah, well, the format though that we've got here is going to be really exciting because we're going to have 8 races in the final race 9, right? So rush 1 of round 3, we're going to have all of our fastest races together. So if 1 or 2 of those crash out, I think that's going to be quite good entertainment. We might see it drop down to 6, we might see it drop down to 5, but I think we are going to see a real battle in that final race, and this is what these rushes are about. This is why Gravity Rush was designed this way, isn't it? So we get to see all of this drama, we get to see it iron out, we get to see them shuffle around, we get to see the racers drop and move up into the rushes, and then we get to see them go into this big pack at the end. So I'm really thrilled with that race. But do take your point, it is a bit frustrating when you've got a small pack and something random happens and they just get wiped out.
Yep. Well, let's see what happens here, and we are gonna go on. Oh, it's fixed, Kaplan Stadium. Appreciate it, team, for getting that fixed. So noticing that, but we have our next race number 6. We're back to rush number 1, ladies and gentlemen. But from rush number 2, we are going to see Shaknu move on up into the 3rd round, into rush number 1, and now in rush number 1, we have Liquid Prime, Jellyhead, Ordito, and Splen. We have double Origin M50, and then we have the P72 Archimedes. And then, of course, this is going to tell who's going to move back down to rush number 2 and who's going to stay in rush number 1 going into the elimination round number 3 to get our top 6 into the finals of Gravity Rush, where we're going to have another 9 races, 9 bangers of races, as I'm going to call it right now, because I'm excited for the finals. But I hope we get a fair round of races in the elimination rounds and nobody gets a CTD or any of that. But hey, let's jump right into it. We got 4 incredible racers, and I think this one's even going to be more interesting than the last, the Cyberfox.
Yeah, I think we're just adding all of it. Jellyhead Mate's still got his damaged wing. It must be something to do with the spawn of his ship. Must be just a visual glitch there. But yeah, I think we're just adding to the excitement as we move forward in this competition. Not only race to race in this round, but from the earlier rounds and from the point system to this rush system, and then to the finals, which we're building up to as well. I think just the tension is building as we proceed through this entire tournament. So we've got Liquid Prime in the M50 on the top left. We've got Jellyhead Made and Ordito in the snub ships, so they're on the diagonal, and Splen in the M50 at the bottom right. So we've got racing ships on diagonal and snub ships on the diagonal as well. And I must say as well, I'm quite pleased to see in that final, in the previous race, in race 5, Shaknu, seeing red and being the one that moves up to rush 1 for round 3 as well. Really pleased to see him succeed there, because I think he's going to be the one to put pressure on all of these guys in this race as well.
Yep, and as you can see, if you're as we zoom into some of the racers on the top, in the middle right of their HUD, that is where you're going to see that boost meter regenerating as they use it. So keep an eye on that, because that's when you're telling those moments of in the track when they're actually boosting. But we have our 30-second countdown here soon. Race is about to start. Let's get some hype in the chat, and let's get this race underway here for rush number 1, race number 6. Excited for this one.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And Audito taking an overtake. Just seeing how the pack forms, they're very, very close at the moment. Liquid Prime just being overtaken by the snub ships, but keeping up. Those snubs taking a little bit of an early lead. Splen taking it nice and easy, and Splen keeping up with the snubs as well. You can see in his view, coming really close. He's flying underneath the snubs at the moment, neck and neck. Audito flying sideways, a little bit lower on the visibility there, and they are all going up to Skyscraper Alley, cutting through the buildings with Splen hot on Audito's tail, and Liquid Prime only a few hundred meters behind. Liquid looks like he's falling behind a little bit further. Audito and Splen now in the chute. Splen taking it nice and centrally. Audito on the 45 this time. So looks like that technique by Neojet seems to have caught on. And Splen really pushing it through the fold here. Really interested to see who comes out of this third corner between Splen and Audito. It looks like it's Audito. Audito has maintained the lead there. Not surprised given the amount of practice that he puts in, and he's very comfortable with a snub ship because of all his time trial practice as well. It looks like
very
Jellyhead
good job on Audito with that boost control, because he was losing a little bit of control, let go of the boost, got that control back, and was able to boost right through that chute and hopefully keep up on that lead while he still fights against Splen, but still having a little bit of that lead time, but it's not too much as Splen continues to close that gap there, Cyberfox.
Yeah, Splen again on the 45s, taking it as close to the struts as possible. A little bit of a risky situation how low he is, but he's got a good view of Audito here at the moment, keeping nice control of his ship. We can see, oh, that was very, very close. It's a bit clinching, that is. But yeah, now 900 meters behind Audito, so that gap has increased. So Audito cementing his lead there, and as long as Audito can stay in control, Splen really pushing, rolling 180 degrees to counteract the Gs there and going into the chute. But yeah, if Audito can manage to control against the wind turbulence, he might just take the win for this as they go around the final few turns, ready moving into lap number 3. Liquid Prime taking up the end with Jelly had an unfortunate DNF there. Lots of action happening on this race.
Yeah, that is unfortunate there. You know, this is going to put all Liquid Prime has to do is pass the same spot that Jelly had made. Unfortunately, DNF there, but that's going to put Jelly had made, drop him down to rush number 2, going into the elimination rounds here. But absolutely spectacle here from Audito and Splen, doing a fantastic job at keeping and maintaining turbulence, maintaining speed, controlling their ships to a master state right now. Liquid Prime definitely a little bit further away, but still doing a great job of controlling himself and trying to get to this track. So, you know, trying to get to this track alive, as we should say here, Cyberfox.
Oh yeah, just as you're saying that, he was pushing it a little bit too hard. I don't know if that was a bit of desync, but I could see he was struggling with the control there. And there's an old idiom that XGR uses, which is slow is smooth and smooth is fast. And so in order to stay out ahead in the lead, you've got to slow down a little bit to maintain control of your ship. And Audito was just pushing pedal to the metal a little bit too much there. Looks like maybe it was a bit of desync, maybe he lost control, but I think he was just pushing too hard. Splen here, missing a turn, but has enough space and enough control and enough knowledge of his positioning that he's managed to survive that as well. And now he's taken the lead, and yeah, now he's pushing his ship to the limits as he comes in through the chute.
Well, there we go. We're going to see Jelly had made, unfortunately, go down into rush number 2. Still in a very good spot to not be eliminated, not really that big of a deal. All he has to do is keep up in that top 2 spot to move on to the finals. But that's going to put Splen in that first place spot here in race number 6, rush number 1, going into, you know, the final elimination rounds here for the Gravity Rush semifinals. Absolutely exciting so far. But before we lose too much daylight, let's jump right over to the desk in order to get that breakdown and come right back for the elimination rounds. Wow, unfortunate for some folks, but man, this turbulence is a big more problem than I thought. But let's jump right into it, gentlemen. Thank you guys so much for. Hope you guys enjoy the races that just happened here. But let's jump right into race number 4, rush number 3, where we saw Canadian Maverick Herbie and Samtastic take that spot going into rush number 2. We're gonna start off with you, Tint, since Jacketin went first last time. Tint, break that race number 4 for us down.
So we saw, I mean, Samtastic really was kind of hard struggling with the slalom, which I think Herbie showed a nice contrast of just how a small adjustment really would have gone a huge distance for him. Herbie mixing in just a little bit of roll and having much better control weaving back and forth to the slalom, where Samtastic is sticking to that full yaw approach. Canadian kind of struggling the whole way with the turbulence. And I'm sort of developing a theory here, and I want to see how it plays out across the next set of rounds of the racers. It's not so much that the boost is costing them in the tunnels, but it's that hesitation is costing them. Letting
Yep.
off that forward throttle is making their vector a little bit too sensitive to adjustment by the turbulence. And so the guys who are getting a little nervous and they're backing off the throttle through the chutes are actually having a rougher time of it. But all that said, I was glad to see Canadian at least make it a little bit further before the turbulence decided to slam him down into the deck. And I've had that exact same crash happen myself in the same way on this track, so I feel his pain there. And then, of course, at the end, Herbie, unfortunately, relying on muscle memory from Arena Commander, taking the original Arena Commander finish line for the track, and that lets Sam
That is
sneak
true.
around and get in front of him right at the very end there. Kaplan Stadium
That
does finish with the 180, unlike Arena Commander, where the start line and the finish line are in different places. So a tough break for Herbie, and a reminder of a rule that we teach a lot of new racers, which is you keep racing until somebody tells you to stop. Do not assume you are done.
No, I totally agree there. Very good point on that. Herbie having that, what do you call it? Like probably practicing circuit too much and getting that, that finish line. And like you mentioned, just had the wrong turn and Samtastic came from the back. But again, that still doesn't mean that Herbie can't come up and hopefully make it to that top 6 or even, or closer, knock some people down. So let's see what happens coming up next. Jacketin, your thoughts on a race 4 rush 3?
Yeah, it's really super close between Samtastic and Herbie. One thing that was really interesting, I mean, Tint was mentioning about letting off the throttle in the chute is kind of working against them. And I think you could see this here as well. But one thing that I was noticing as well is that not a lot of people, and we see these even in Rush 2 and Rush 1, were opting to not boost at all during the shoot and just
Yep.
using throttle because the thrusters can maintain a lot of more stability if you just give them one
Yep.
input. So we're noticing that not boosting through the shoot is actually allowing a little bit more stability. Having said that, though, the turbulence does seem to be pushing the ships down a lot in the chute. So that's why
Yep.
we're seeing a lot of racers go high or maybe even stay sideways or on a 45-degree angle. So if it pushes them down, they have a little bit more of a distance rather than getting too close to the ground, which unfortunately is what we saw with Canadian Maverick. Stayed too close to the middle of the track. The turbulence pushed him down and did not have enough lift to go back up. So just unfortunate that we have to deal with this.
Yeah, good point on that. And one thing, this is, I'll just leave it for the next one. Actually, no, since we're in the topic now, like when I see Splen going through the chute, he's just tilting his ship upwards like this, and then is allowing him to lift at that angle a little bit. Those little adjustments is kind of what is not making him push down. So that's what I saw while we had the race going. But we'll jump into race 6 a little bit later. But race number 5, we saw Ninjetti, Neojet, Shaknu, and Ricky Tiki. We Neojet is gonna drop down to rush 3 going into elimination rounds, and then we're gonna see Shaknu moving on up to rush 1. Jacketing right back to you here for race number 5, rush 2. What were your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, well, first off, straight off the bat, I want to commend NeoJet for the way he handles the slalom because we were mentioning before when we were comparing with like Jelly of how trying different slalom techniques in the P72 is kind of working against them, but NeoJet maintaining relatively really good control in the slalom with that corkscrew. Unfortunately, as we saw in the in the replay just now, just randomly died out of nowhere. So it's sad that Desync once again claimed another victim for this. But carrying on with the rest of the race, I mean, the Shaq versus Ninjetti was phenomenal throughout the whole time. They were constantly overtaking. Unfortunately, funnily enough, we were saying that staying high in the chutes to avoid the turbulence pushing you down. Ninjetti unfortunately stayed a bit too high and ended up clipping the geometry. And I believe it was the final lap, but it was really beautiful to see them constantly changing positions with the different boost strategies that they were using. I mean, I noticed Shaknu as well also opting to not boost in the shoots and then using it in those really sharp turns when he can leverage the lift that he can generate over the razor with the P72.
Yeah, very good call there. And yeah, I mean, the P72 was doing a great job. Ordito definitely, I mean, I'm going back to race number 6. Sorry, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna stop right there. But yeah, that one was absolutely great overall. Your thoughts here on race 5, rush 2?
I think we saw Shackney make a really heavy adjustment, and it paid off really well for him. We saw him absolutely just. I mean, it's still fast because Shackney is
Yeah.
Shackney, but we saw him at absolutely a snail's pace going through the slalom, just making absolutely sure he had a safe route through there, taking what he would call the turtle approach over the hare approach, and it absolutely paid off in this case. I do want to commend Ninjetti for, I mean, having that bump in the first turn, not getting rattled by it, maintaining control going into the slalom. And I think that may actually be what took out Neojet. Is I think that may have been a delayed collision damage because it looked like those two came together and bumped in turn one. Just an unfortunate kind of break there for them. But you know, it's always a thing that you're risking when you come into these turns in these big packs. And so one of the things that really does separate our most pro racers from our newer racers sometimes is their ability to just absorb that information and go, well, I got bumped. Let's just keep rolling.
No, 100%. Jacket, I think you had something that you wanted to throw in there, or
No, I was just
okay.
thinking that I might have missed I missed the collision between Ninjetti and Neojet. So yeah, because I kind of blamed the desync on Neojet, but if there was a collision, yeah, just that there was no feedback from Neojet's screen at the time, so it just went to black
Yeah,
immediately. So
it's that delayed
Good point.
onset collision damage that we've been seeing a lot this patch, where there's collision
Ah.
and it happens in a moment of desync for the server, and then it kind of catches up to one person who was involved 10 seconds later.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for breaking that down, Tint. Well, we had our last race, which was definitely super exciting. Unfortunately, though, Ordito towards the end of the lap or that last lap, unfortunately, ended up, I believe, hitting one of the pillars during the slalom, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, let's start with race number 6. Rush number 1, we had Liquid Prime, Jelly had made, who is unfortunately dropping down to rush number 2. Still has a lot of opportunity to bring it back. Or Dito and Splen, who Splen is just, man, he's no mercy out there. So Tint, right back to you. Your thoughts on race number 6, rush 1?
I mean, it's great to see Splin in full form. Definitely that sort of very strong mix of taking risks, but also understanding the full weight of those risks and not taking them needlessly. We saw an absolutely expert handling of the slalom by him. And again, it was kind of contrasted by the struggle that these P72s are having with the dolphin weave on the slalom. Ordito holding it together much better this time until his collision with the pillar in the last lap. But um, definitely, I think if anybody had offered me odds on P72s getting overtaken in the slalom here before the race, I would have thought you'd be crazy to bet that way. But it's been such a hard time for them today that it really is impairing a lot of the other advantages that they would have on this course. And then, Jelly coming in with the fully geared P72 again, I think I was hoping to see a little bit more stability for him out of having the weight of all those guns on there, because we certainly saw the impact on his speeds, but unfortunately just not paying off and ending in a little bit of a disaster.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't, man. It's so hard to not, to say that we don't want, turbulence to play a decision on who's in that top 6. But I always say we have to go through adversity as a competitor. We have to always adjust, not only in how we're racing, but also our strategy overall. And this is that moment. While of course Star Citizen is still always going to be Star Citizen, and we have that disclaimer in the rules that hey, anything could happen at that point. Still, there's always, as a competitor, there needs to be a way to adjust yourselves, whether it's taking it a little bit slower, whether it's just making those small adjustments. Like I love seeing NeoJet use the role, as Jacqueline mentioned, did a fantastic job there. That I think the role is the smoothest that I've seen someone take the slalom through. But anyways, race 6, rush 1, right over to you, Jacqueline, break it down for us.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this was phenomenal across the board from everyone. It's unfortunate to see, or it's actually important to see that these guys are probably at the moment sitting at the top level of everyone in the current board, right? But
Yep.
all of the collisions that happened here were all minor mistakes that could affect anyone, right? Like these guys have a reputation for being clean, consistent, clinical, and still, we see Ordito
Yes.
slightly slow down too much and ended up having way too much up strafe, ended up in the wall. Liquid Prime, normally a very calculated racer, just stayed too close to the wall going into Skyscraper Rally, got that collision. So we see these little small mistakes that, the nerves can the wait time or stuff like that. Anything can be a factor here. But it's just unfortunate to see, considering the how close we are getting to the elimination at this point, that
Yep.
these mistakes are coming out slow. Something interesting that I noticed is Jelly this time opted to like sway the P72 around. They didn't go for the dolphin dive, didn't go for the corkscrew, which did slow him down a little bit. But I feel like the strategy that he went into this race, from my perspective here, is that he tried to play it safe. Did not want to try and get that competition against Ordito or Splin or Liquid, and just, I guess, hope for the best. But unfortunately, it kind of worked against him in this one. But he still has the opportunity to get back into those top 6 spots, which I do believe he has
I agree.
the skill and the potential to be able to do so. I mean, shout out to Sanguis Luna for having those phenomenal racers in there. I gotta shout out
I
my org. I gotta shout out my org.
No, man, I love it. I love it. Let's bring it on, man. Yeah, show him some love out there to the team. It's okay. We can't be, but we can show him some love. It's all good. I'm just kidding. But no, I totally agree. Well,
No
we're going
bias.
into race number 7, rush number 3. We have NeoJet, Herbie, Canadian Maverick. Unfortunately, because we don't have the fourth racer, 1 will be eliminated, 2 will move on up. I'm gonna toss it over to you, right back to you, quick Jacketin. But what are your prediction on who's moving on up and who is gonna get eliminated here?
As in the final top 6, or from Rush 3?
No, just from Rush 3, correct.
Just from Rush 3. It's tough, to be completely honest. I mean, unfortunately, Canadian Maverick right now is the only one who I believe has crashed out on both races, so the odds are kind of stacked against him right now. But at the same time, the guy's fast. So as
Yep,
long as he can keep it within the track and not
yep.
let the turbulence get to him, I think he has a chance of maybe edging out um maybe Samtastic. I mean, Herbie unfortunately did miss out because he chose the wrong finish line, but that does not discredit Samtastic whatsoever. The guy was on him the whole time. But I think I have to say, if one person to be eliminated right now might be Canadian Maverick, just because we've seen both DNFs were kind of because of the same reason. So if he can control it, maybe not. But at the moment the
Yeah.
odds are
Well,
against him.
we are going to be booting up a brand new server here for the teams, so hopefully, or for the racers, so hopefully we can figure this out and see if that's going to hopefully help everybody and control the CTDs a little bit more. Tint, what are your thoughts here on race 7, rush 3? Who do you feel is going to move on up here, and who's going to get eliminated?
This is a real tough one. I think Jacko is right. It's hard to say for
Yeah.
sure. I think if Neo can rein in his natural impulse to be hyper aggressive, that he can do really well. But the P72 with the turbulence, with Kaplan as a track, is just kind of a triple threat, and that's cost him dearly today on the earlier races. So, hopefully he can slow it down a little bit and just stay safe and not crash out. But as Jagger pointed out, Canadians have really been struggling with the turbulence in the chutes, and So it may just be a race to see who crashes second between the two of them. Hopefully, everybody makes it all the way around. But I think Herbie is I think the surest bet for making it onto the next stage.
All right. Well, thank you for that and breakdown. I'm looking forward to it. And we are about to get our final elimination rounds underway. So in Rush 3, we're gonna kick things off with Neojet, Herbie, and Canadian Maverick. And then two of them are gonna move up into Rush 2 and join Jellyhead, Ninjetti, Ricky Tiki, and Samtastic. And then unfortunately, the bottom two of Rush number 2 are going to get eliminated, and then those 4 will join Rush 1. And then we're going to see who's going to be our top 6. Very excited to see who's going to be there, but our final race of the day will be consistent of 8 racers, so they have to be a little bit more careful with how they're taking turns positioning, crashes against each other, all of that good stuff is all going to come into play. But yeah, we're going to take a look at that here shortly. But Tint, Jacketin, always a pleasure. Thank you guys so much for your incredible analysis and play-by-play throughout the entire day. But let's move on to our next round 3, the elimination race number 7. We'll be right back, guys. All right, Cyberfox, how you feeling, man? Same question to you real quick before we start this race and go zoom. Race number 7, Rush 3. Who do you got moving forward?
I mean,
who do you got being eliminated?
It is like almost a toss-up, and I said previously that I thought Herbie would go up, and I thought he did, and the reason he didn't, just to clarify for viewers, is because he took the Arena Commander finish line sort of end of the race, and so he didn't quite cross the finish line in the correct way for this track, and it's only because he's been putting in the hours. It's only because he's been put, like literally 6 or 7 days ago, he put down a track time for this, so he's been practicing and got confused at the end, and that's why he's in Rush 3. So I would say I'm sticking to my guns here. I do think Herbie, his consistency will mean that he goes up. I will say with Neojet, with the triple threat, repeating what Tint said with the P72 Archimedes, it's going to be a tougher race for Neojet. So that's why my vote is not for him, not for the racer, but just for the challenge that he's up against. And then Canadian Maverick has been unfortunate in the fact that he's had the crashes in the previous rounds. However, law of probability surely means that he's been through all the bad stuff and now he should have a clean race. So maybe it's going to be Canadian Maverick versus Herbie, and we'll see who comes out on top.
All right. Well, hey, I love that, chance of probability. That's what I'm talking about. We should be ready here for our next race. I'm excited, guys. All right. I know everybody wants to be in that top 6. Everybody wants to get that top 3 prizing. But first of all, every single racer that has signed up for Gravity Rush this inaugural season, all the way from the beginning to the end, I just want to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart and from the entire team, staff, everybody hanging out here at ATMO Esports. The laser guys, thank you guys so much for really, coming out and showing a display of incredible competitive and sportsmanship across the board. Thank you guys all for kind of adjusting. I know a lot of people were messaging back and forth saying, man, this is a great collaboration. And, we definitely want to bring this back next year in a more bigger and better capacity, especially going into a possible LAN environment if, CitizenCon does come back. So make sure that, those of you guys that are continuing to race at a high level, make sure you guys continue practicing. Make sure you guys take advantage of the opportunities that the other communities are presenting you in order to continue to level up your racing across the verse. Whether it's Anzia, whether it's XGR, make sure you guys are continuing to practice and bring it back next year into that full competitive zone and hopefully take your lead in that top 3 spot here at Gravity Rush and move on to the in-person environment where it's going to be an experience you will never, ever forget. So thank you guys all so much. We really, really appreciate it, you guys joining us. And remember, you can keep up with all of our craziness on social media at ATMO Esports and on Discord, discord.gg/ATMO Esports. Come join us there as well. But Cyberfox, we're almost here. We're almost here. We're almost ready. We're waiting for one racer. But let's jump right into race number 8, rush number 2. Okay? We got Jellyhead Maiden and Jetty, Ricky Tiki, Samtastic. Let's say if Herbie and Canadian Maverick does move on up, that's going to be a very interesting 6-person race. And I'm looking forward to every single one. Not gonna lie to you, man. I think these elimination rounds is what's gonna make the day very, very interesting across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting as well to see how the ships group together, because in race 8 on Rush 2, we've got 3 Razors and only 1 Snub. And if Herbie is the one to shuffle up, then that'll be 4 Razors as well in that middle pack. So it'll be interesting to see if we find a difference between the ships in the positioning as well. So sort of signaling the fact that the racers are pushing these ships to the limits, and actually there might be a slight difference between the ships in the atmospheric on the planet at the moment, and that their ship choice right from the start has made a difference all the way through this round, all the way through this tournament, and all the way through this race as well. So it sounds like we've got a few racers who are able to get a chance before they get eliminated. It's going to be a bit disheartening to see anybody crash out. I hope we don't see any eliminations through crashes. I really hope we see them survive, and maybe we just get eliminations through overtakes and through just, finishing the race but coming in third for this race would be my ideal situation.
Pure racing is how I want to see people being eliminated, even though that's kind of sounds weird, but people being eliminated. But yes, I do agree. Pure racing is what we want to see here. And once again, let's give a shout out here to our sponsors. Really appreciate everybody coming and supporting ATMO Esports across the year. Toby Gaming, Monster Tech, SCR.GG. Make sure if you guys are racing, whether it's ground or ship racing, make sure you guys are putting in those laps and putting in the times over at SCR.GG and take a chance at the leaderboards, baby. You can also watch a lot of the other top racers race and see how they're doing it, and maybe you can learn that way and imitate. But we also have an incredible, an incredible analyst here that is also an incredible teacher and YouTuber. You guys can check out Jacqueline on YouTube, and make sure you guys check out some of his races as he teaches you how to handle a lot of these tracks and races we have went through around Gravity Rush. So make sure you guys are checking him out, and make sure you subscribe. There's a lot more content coming on now that he's back from the summer vacations that he's had. He didn't take me with him, but I'm kind of mad at you at that, bro. You should have took me with you, but it's all good, man. Love having you here. I appreciate it. So, but very excited to get this going, Cyber Fox.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great when we get to hang out. It's a great community. I loved hanging out at CitizenCon and at Enter Atmosphere last year, and it'd be great to one day have a summer barbecue or something together. That'd be wicked. But yeah, in terms of the racing and the community, for those of you who are watching and maybe watching this video on record, like on a VOD, I'm wondering how you might get into racing. It is quite tricky to learn these tracks. I struggle with some of the lines myself. I struggle with some of the ships myself. Arena Commander is a great place, but you can also join any of the community what is it called? Ship racing schools that are run as well. All of the racing communities get together. They spare some time on the weekend. They teach you not only how to handle a ship properly, but they teach you the layout of the track, the positions to be in, to put your ship in. They teach you all of the boost techniques, and they will start you off with a starter ship, a beginner ship, something like an Aurora, something that's easy to control but mimics Mirai Razor in terms of its race compatibility. And so, if this feels daunting, if you feel like we're seeing such a huge level of technical skill here, and you want to be at this level but think it's just too much of an undertaking, come join in with us, because we just do it for fun. We do a little bit of formation flying, we do some flight schools, and yeah, it's just a great community just to upskill and be in the verse together.
Yep. Well, here we go. This is going to be the final 3 races of the day to nail in our top 6. I'm honestly very exciting. I'm very jittery right now because I want the people, I want to see some clean racing across the board and see these people really fight for that top 6 spot, which I'm very excited for. But in Rush 1, we already have, at least 4 people cemented in Rush number 1 already, which is going to be the last race of the day. Is going to be Splen, Liquid, Prime, Ordito, and Shaqnu, who Shaqnu took Rush number 2 in round 2 and moved on up to Rush 1. So very good spot to be sitting in. And look at who we have here. We have our teams. NeoJet is coming back down here shortly, but very excited. We're about to start here very, very soon. Yeah, CyberFox, just overall excited to get this going here shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just looking back at all of the lap times and all of the DNFs as well. And just in our first round in race 2, rush 2, NeoJet put down a best lap of 1 minute 54. And in race 4, rush 3, Herbie put down a time of 2 minutes. So there's 6 seconds between their best times as well. So NeoJet, I don't know what he's doing. Looks like he's flying to a station to get himself ready for the race by the looks of it. It's quite a distance away. But he is a fast racer, and he is going to put pressure on the other racers as well with that fast lap time of 1 minute 54 in race number 2 that we've seen previously. So again, we've got an Archimedes P-72 snub ship, we've got a Mirai Razor, and we've got an Origin M50. So we also have moved into nighttime. So we have had star set or sunset. It's obviously not the sun. For those of you who don't know, Stanton is the name of the system, and it's also the name of the sun. So it's the Stanton set. And we are now at 8 p.m., 6 minutes past 8 on Crusader Orison time, the local time, which means they now have to battle the weather, they now have to battle the turbulence, and they also now have to battle darkness as well. So all to play for and a lot to watch. So the excitement level is really high for me for those reasons. NeoJet looking like he's...
that's going to be a little bit... No, I was going to say that's going to be a little bit scary there. We're trying to push it a little bit so we can hopefully have racers, racing on least in dusk and not night. But that is going to be, an unfortunate time there. But but while we're waiting for NeoJet to come down, we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. It's already night, so but it seems like the track is pretty lit up. Remember that, racers can turn their gamma in the game settings, because we try to keep things here at ATMO Esports as official as possible. Any third-party programs, unfortunately, cannot be used. That adjusts the game settings, which means that, there is no reshade. Whenever you go to a LAN event, if you ever are working with ATMO Esports at a LAN environment in person, you can't really adjust anything. So we're going to try to keep it in that same vein. So, but we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you guys all so much for watching. Don't go anywhere, because round 3, elimination rounds for Gravity Rush, will return soon as NeoJet finds his pathway back to the start line. We'll be right back, guys.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
All right, that quick break is over, and we are back. NeoJet is in action, and our grid is full. CyberFox, I believe we're ready to go.
Yeah, I'm thrilled and excited. It looks like they're all ready. And yeah, I just think that they're going to struggle a lot more with this round now that we're in the darkness. We've got some illumination on some of the corners. And they're just going to adjust their positions on the racing line to make sure that they're in the right positions. Herbie checking himself in the rearview mirror there, just making sure that he looks the part with his race glasses on as well. Cheeky.
Yeah, there we go. All right, let's see. We should get a we're gonna fix the grid real quick and then get a countdown underway. And this is gonna be race number 7, rush number 3, elimination round number 1, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you guys are rooting for your team, for your favorite racer, regardless of whether they make it onto the next round or not. But here we go, man. I'm excited for this one. Let's see who is gonna take it here in the darkness on Kaplan Stadium.
Yeah, it looks like they are getting into their race positions now. Canadian Maverick rolling over to the side. If we can follow the action cam from the start, it might give us an idea of who gets out in the lead. We'll see if the action cam can keep up with our racers as well. It'll be interesting to see, who manages to pull ahead of the other. So Canadian Maverick is on the left there. Herbie is in the center, and NeoJet looks like he's furthest on the right. And it looks like we're going to count down in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they're off. And it looks like Canadian Maverick and NeoJet slower off the line than Herbie. Herbie 800 meters ahead. NeoJet taking a little bit further. NeoJet pushing it hard, and they're going to come around. NeoJet's got the pole position, so he's going to come around the corner a lot more closely than the others. But they are really battling out here. NeoJet's still keeping in the lead. Canadian Maverick only about 100 meters behind him, and Herbie 100 meters behind that. NeoJet accelerating his lead. Herbie's done an overtaking Canadian Maverick, and NeoJet now clean in the pole position, literally 200 meters ahead of Herbie by the looks of it. There's not much that distance between these struts. Coming out of the final slalom turn now, and then moving into Skyscraper Alley. That was a very clean start. They all managed to go through that slalom nice and cleanly, and they're flying through with no issues with turbulence and no issues with the visibility. I can see them nice and clearly. What a very clean start to the race. Really thrilling. We're going to cut this corner now. We're going to watch them go into the chute, moving down into the POV cameras. Canadian Maverick taking up the rear. NeoJet in the chute now. Herbie close behind. NeoJet 45 degrees. Herbie taking it nice and easy, keeping his nose up, controlling that TVI as wiggling around, but staying central. Very nice control from Herbie there, pre-turning a little bit, ready to go into the fold. And here we are in the open and in the clear. Has Herbie overtaken NeoJet in this fold as well? It might be that Herbie's taken the lead.
It could be the case, sawing NeoJet overshoot a little bit after going through the chute there. But vamos, Neo, lo tienes que hacer. He needs to keep on going here. He's looking very good so far in this race number 7, rush number 3 right now, CyberFox.
Yeah, absolutely. And Herbie was doing a little bit of a pre-turn. We've seen a lot of that from Splen, which is why I think he got out of the fold much more cleanly. He's now way ahead of the pack. Still very consistent, though. NeoJet using the head tracking to see where he is, losing a little bit of his position, I think. Just losing where he is on the track. Herbie now coming around to the slalom. And Canadian Maverick pulling around in 3rd place, a little bit behind, but not too far that he's out of the race completely. Herbie on the 45s, Neojet on the 45s now through the slalom. A very exciting start to this race. And we are on lap 2, coming out towards the slalom. We can see on our action camera, Herbie still quite a distance ahead of everyone. I can't even see Neojet on the action cam behind him. He's increased his lead, and Canadian Maverick is actually catching up to Neojet now by the looks of it. Neojet taking it a little bit wide, and Canadian Maverick taking it a little bit sharper, a little bit closer, a little bit straighter. So Canadian Maverick's viewpoint now, he's going through Skyscraper Alley, only 200 meters behind Neojet. Is he on the boost? He's not on the boost at the moment, so he's going to come around into Cargo Alley, taking it easy, putting a little bit of boost in now, on the boost to try and catch up. He's using his precision view, his precision targeting view to go through the chute. Yeah, very interesting technique. Not seen that before. He's rumbling about a bit. I've been rattling on, Crucian. How have you been finding this race so far?
Man, it's super exciting to see Canadian Maverick kind of change around his strategy here, but there goes the action camera, not a racer, but Canadian Maverick doing a great job to stick it in there, but he does need to speed up because, oh no, is that out for Neojet?
Yeah, it looks like Neojet just clipped some of the geometry. Maybe yeah, I'm just saying maybe he just lost a bit of his concentration there. The action cam went out, and then Neojet followed shortly after. Canadian Maverick just crossing the start-finish line, coming into lap number 3, I think. And Herbie well in the lead now, coming over to the slalom, while Canadian Maverick's just going down Skid Row. So Herbie's on the 45s again, and we're just looking to calm this down a little bit now. Precision targeting mode was used by Canadian Maverick to avoid the glare that Neojet was casting on his windscreen, I think. And now that there's, obviously because we're in the dark, now that there's a bit more of a gap between them, they're able to see a lot more easily now.
I'm not going to lie to you, but Herbie is doing a great job at really racing. I feel like he's raced better at night than he did during the day, but absolutely doing a fantastic job to not mess up at all. Canadian Maverick taking nice and slow, which he's already passed Neojet. So that's going to allow both Herbie and Canadian Maverick to move up into rush number 2. And unfortunately, and them eliminating Neojet. And to be honest, man, I got to commend Neojet's just, strive to want to compete, being in foreign cafes in different countries, and trying to do everything he can to get to the semifinals. So kudos to Neojet, man. I love you. And don't worry, I know we'll see you back on that land environment soon in the future, my friend. But yeah, it looks like Herbie and Canadian Maverick are going to take this placement into rush number 2, into race number 8. Very exciting moment for these 2 races. But Herbie, I mean, Cyberfox, Herbie did a phenomenal job racing at night. Like, this is the smoothest I've seen him race, this track so far today.
Yeah, I think like you were saying, it's a bit unfortunate when we get some crashes that aren't necessarily due to the racer's mistake and just to sort of the environment itself. And that's what Herbie faced earlier on, I believe, crashing out in the chute previously because of a gust of wind. And the Razor is much more stable, and he has put in the hours, he has put in the practice. And I did say that like my money was on Herbie to be one of the people moving up here. You can see a little bit of the glare on Canadian Maverick's ship. He's lost a wing here as well. So, it's been a bit of a rough and tumble race. But really excited now to see that's our first elimination. Neojet, I love you too. It's great to see you compete. I hope to see you in the next one as well. But yeah, Herbie and Canadian Maverick moving up, and I'm excited for race 8, rush number 2.
All right, Neo, se te quiere mucho. Really appreciate you, Neo. We love you, man. So we know we'll see you back in action. This is not the last time for you, my friend. But the guy is just so dedicated. You got to love him. But, hey, congratulations to Herbie and Canadian Maverick, rush number 2. Now, this is where it's all going to come down to it. You have now Jelly Headmade, Ninjetti, Ricky Ticky, Samtastic, Herbie, and Canadian Maverick. All 6 racers racing in Kaplan Stadium at night. And now, here's where we're going to, start going. The bottom 2 in rush 2 will get eliminated. All right, so now it's going to be where You need to be on point. And man, if Herbie can continue racing the way he's racing, I think it's going to be, I think it can look very good for him going into rush number 1. And that's going to be very surprising because he's been putting in the time.
Yeah, I'm also impressed to see the times from Canadian Maverick on this race as well. Herbie got a sub 2 minutes, so he beat his best lap time already at 1:57. Canadian Maverick looked like he got a stellar time. It looks like they're just checking that time now, but it looked like it was a sub 1:40, which is in competition with Liquid, with Jelly, and, you know, just a little bit behind Audito and Splen. So Canadian Maverick, but yeah, 1 minute 39 seconds. And if you compare that to Liquid Prime, 1:41. So that's like 2 seconds ahead of Liquid Prime, who is a fast racer. So impressive from Canadian Maverick, really showing that he can compete. He's going to be one to watch when we move him up into this race as well. So I believe this race, when we're moving up, we are going to have 6 racers. So it's not just Jellyhead Maiden and Jetty, Ricky, Tiki, and Samtastic, but we're going to get to see Herbie and Canadian Maverick compete again.
Indeed, we are. So it's going to be back-to-back races in the elimination rounds. That's what it's going to continue making this more excited. So again, if you're watching from home, whether you're on YouTube, X, or Twitch, make sure you guys are cheering on your favorite racer in the chat. Make sure you're giving them that positivity, that energy that they need in order to move forward and hopefully into our top 6 finals here in Gravity Rush 29. 55, because I'm excited as heck right now to see who's going to move on up here. But yeah, we're getting our next track ready. By the way, man, this is a lot of Razors right now. What I'm looking at, we got Jellyhead made in the P72, and Jetty Razor, Ricky Tiki Razor, Samtastic Razor, Herbie Razor, Canadian Maverick, and the Origin M50. Hey guys, where is my Peregrine? Ladies and gentlemen, somebody find one, because it's not in here. So.
Yeah, it's funny because I was talking about ship choice, and I was talking about how those ships are kind of sorting the racers, and maybe it isn't just about racer skill. And I also just mentioned that Canadian Maverick's time that he just laid down was one of the top times of what we've seen so far in the entire in this entire round of the tournament. And he's in the M50. And who else is in the M50? Splen and Liquid Prime. So, you know, he's keeping up with those top contenders, even though he's in Rush 2. I think this Rush 2 is going to be really interesting to watch. We're going to see a lot of shuffling around. Those Razors are going to be the tortoises. And then we've got Jellyhead Maid in the Snub Ship and Canadian Maverick in the M50. And they're going to be the hares. And it's, you know, are the tortoises going to come out on top? Slow and steady wins the race. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Or are we going to see the hares come out on top and get up to rush number 1? It's going to be very interesting to see how this pack shuffles itself out.
Yep, here we go. Final 2 will get eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Straight into the fray of Rush 2, race number 8, where we're going to see our top 4 move forward into Rush number 1. This is going to be super, super exciting because I feel like the more races we get, the more, you know, the race is going to get exciting. So I'm always super happy to, you know, to have this, you know, play out in the way that it's going to right now. So our team is just working on the feeds right now, and then we're going to get this race underway here very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. So without that being said, while you're here, while you're around, hey, another big shout out to our sponsors. And again, if you guys don't know, we do have some, you know, if you guys are looking for either a Tobii eye tracker, if you're looking to get, you know, some desk mounts from Monster Tech, make sure you guys check out the description in those links below, or you check out our Twitch panels where you can get a discount if you're looking for any of those particular items here. So whether it's, you know, quick action buttons from Icon City for your Stream Deck for StarCitizen, or whether it's some Monster Tech desk chair mounts that you need in order to better control your flight sticks as you continue to upgrade your setup, or your Tobii Eye Tracker 5, so you can have that camera boost that allows you to hopefully race a little bit better and get into that high end. Make sure you guys check out those links down below and get yourself a discount for that stuff. So shout outs to our sponsors. Here we go. I'm excited. All right. Predictions here. CyberFox. Who's getting eliminated?
Oh.
You're like, oh.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, all of those people in razors are the ones who are going to be the tortoises. They're going to be slow and steady. So I would hope that we don't see any accidents. I would hope that we don't see any upsets with them. I would hope to see the majority of the razors go through. The Archimedes and the M50, of those two, I would say the Archimedes is going to be the riskiest, that snub ship. We've seen it before. Yes. Jellyhead made us a super fast, super consistent racer. He put down a lap time of 1:46 last time. So, you know, really super competitive. He's going to have to position himself carefully. I think he's going to have to slow down a little bit just to make sure that he survives this, because I think otherwise the elimination is going to be on that snub ship.
All right. So, wow, the last nub ship, huh? Jellyhead. But Jellyhead is one of those favorites. I feel like Jellyhead, the only reason he's been kind of moved up or down is because of just some unfortunate, you know, sometimes desync and things like that. But I think that from my end of view, I think, you know, Samtastic, it's probably going to, you know, be one that possibly gets eliminated. And then I'm actually in between Ricky Ticky and Canadian Maverick. If Herbie can continue being consistent the way he is, not try to kind of you know, gas him out, but like you mentioned, Canadian Maverick was fast in those laps, but he was like kind of, I feel like Canadian Maverick is a little bit nervous going into, you know, these races, and he's taking it a little bit easier. So if he can build upon that a little bit and get a little bit more what do you call it, confidence in himself, I think he's going to be able to hopefully come out on top and move on to it. But for right now, I'm going to choose Samtastic and Canadian Maverick to be, you know, or Samtastic and Ricky Ticky, whichever one of those groups. I think one of those two will be eliminated going forward. But you know, like I said, guys, it's all predictions, okay? All prediction. No, nobody gets mad because man, every time I do predictions, man, especially for Fight or Flight, people are like, "Oh, why are you liking them more?" It's not about that. It's about just kind of, you know, giving our thoughts and opinions. And that's what the broadcast is all about, because without giving those thoughts and opinions, it doesn't make anything interesting. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is one of those middling races where we've got all those middling races that I was talking about, where it's hard to predict. And I bet when we come to the analyst desk that they will be surprised with whatever happens in this race as well. Not only will they be battling with the night, but they're going to be battling with all the party marker soup, all that visual noise in their cockpits. They're going to be battling with the lights that was causing some glare, that caused them to move to precision targeting mode to get the glare off their windshield as well. And they're going to be battling for position. So, you know, where is it safe to overtake on this track? We've seen a few risky overtakes on the slalom, mainly because of the difference in like wide turns and losing the ship control. We've seen a couple of overtakes around the fold. I haven't seen many overtakes around the around skyscraper or cargo alleys. Even though it's nice and wide there, I think once they're out of the slalom, they're sort of they've had the shuffling happen, and we've seen a few overtakes really risky right before and after the chutes as well. So those are going to be the pinch points for this race, and that's where I'm going to be watching for the most action.
Yeah, I've seen people use the boost to try to pass on the chutes, which I think it's one of the most dangerous spots. But I feel like a lot of people have been doing a great job at overtaking around the fold, right? Once you make that turn, hit that boost, get back in position. I think that's a great spot where I think people can definitely overtake, from my opinion. But I feel like the chute is just so dangerous, man, especially with that turbulence, that I wouldn't take the risk. But hey, man, if you want to take, you know, if you want to be a speed demon across the board and win it all, hey, man, go for it. You know, don't let me stop you with my opinions.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a gamble. Like, how much risk does a pilot want to take? Do you want to fly in a risky way or not? I've seen some pilots pushing this, and it's different, right? It's different to pushing your ship. We've seen Splen nearly, you know, pushing the G's and going a little bit red because he's pre-turning and using the boost in the corners. That isn't risky flying. That's calculated flying. But where you choose to overtake, that is where we get the risk happening. We've got a lot to watch here now. We've got 6 views on our screen. They're a lot smaller because we're squeezing them all in. And in the next race, there's going to be 8 as well. So we're going to just have to try and make sense of this for our audience to try and figure out what's going on here. I'll start by trying to label who is who and what ship they're in as a reminder from left to right. So left to right is essentially the grid position. We've got Jellyhead Maid on our leftmost top screen in the snub ship. He's got the innermost line and is the closest to the slalom because of his top position coming in from the last rush. Next to him is Ninjetti in the Razor. Next to him is Ricky Ticky in the Razor. And so that's our first 3. Herbie again, just checking his self out, making sure he's looking stylish for the race. On the bottom left, so in 4th grid position, we've got Samtastic in the Mirai Razor. And we've got Herbie next to him in the Mirai Razor. And then furthest from the slalom is Canadian Maverick in the M50. So if Canadian Maverick manages to gain some speed and he jumps at the end of this skid row towards the slalom, he's going to be cutting across some of these racers' lines, trying to get in, and he might go a little bit wide to begin with. So there's going to be lots of different lines coming into this slalom, depending on how far away they are. So from Jellyhead Maid to Samtastic, they get further away from the first corner. But It looks like the racers are all ready, and looks like we're just about to give them the 60 seconds.
Yep, I think they're just still sorting the grid really quickly, but it seems like our teams are ready to go. Honestly, I'm very excited for this one. Again, shout out to every single racer that has participated in Gravity Rush in this inaugural season. Thank you guys so much, and I hope to see more of you raise from the ashes into speed and see you guys participate a little bit more into in racing across the community, and hopefully see you guys here for Gravity Rush to put, that speed in check. But something that I'm very excited about that we just mentioned, and we'll probably announce it probably sometime on Monday. But Fight or Flight, the sign-up for Fight or Flight is out. So if you are a dog fighter and you are ready to take on all the best PvPers in the verse, Fight or Flight signups are ready and live to go on atmo.gg. Just make sure you click on the Fight or Flight. But this year, we have partnered up with Matt Chirino, and we're going to be crowdfunding a proper cash prize pool for Fight or Flight this year. And we're hoping to kind of bring that around into the rest of our events through 2026. So shout out to Matt Chirino. Big thank you to them for making us a partner and getting us some crowdfunded elements that is going to happen for the first time in any type of StarCitizen competition. So I'm very, very much looking forward to doing that for future races, especially Gravity Rush in the future as well. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I just love the fact that we get to see not only from the racer's view, but all of these names here together as well. Bringing racers together in the community is what I really love about events like this. It looks like we are just about ready for the countdown. These racers are itching to go, and we're about to send it. I think they're just going to hover a little bit in their grid positions now that they're set, and then we'll see a 60-second or a 30-second warning in just a moment.
All right, here we go. Countdown's about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, get hype in the channel. Get that energy up, stand up, jump around, yell at your family out at home. That Gravity Rush elimination race number 8 is about to start here for rush number 2. So I'm just kidding. Don't yell at your family, guys. It's a joke, okay? It might be late in the day, but make sure you guys at least show your favorite racers some love in the chat. So, hey, man, we got to hype people up somehow.
Yeah, that's cool. I was just laughing at Herbie actually as well, because he was just shaking with excitement as well, and doing another selfie moment. So yeah, it's good to see some personality of these racers. What we're going to do to start this race off to try and make it easy to understand, because obviously there's a lot of visual complexity going on, is when they do take off, when they are ready to go, we're just fixing the audio issue, but when they are ready to go, looks like we got a 60-second countdown. We're going to move to an action cam in a second. I'm going to keep my eye on the grid positions in the top left, which we've got the scr.gg overlay there, helpfully keeping us up to date. But we'll start with
Yes.
an action cam, I think, because we're going to see a lot of overtakes. We're going to see a lot of close passes. We're going to see some possible collisions. So it'll be interesting to see from a wide view how this comes out, how they get out of this at this first straight. So here's our 30-second countdown, and yeah, just a moment before we get this race started.
All right, here we go. Lesu is going to get eliminated. Lesu is going to move on up into rush number 1 and get into that top 6 for the finals. CyberFox, whenever you're ready, man. You already know it's on you, baby. Take it away.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they're off. And it looks like Canadian Maverick and Jellyhead Maid are taking a little bit of an early lead. We're on a follow cam behind them. Jellyhead Maid is closest to the slalom. Ninjetti pulling a little bit closer in. Ricky Tiki falling behind. And here comes the first tight turn with Canadian Maverick, Ninjetti battling it out. Jellyhead Maid coming out on front. Ninjetti having a really close battle with him. Ninjetti coming out on front this time. Canadian Maverick keeping up, putting in that fast lap time already to begin with. And it looks like Ninjetti's got a disconnect or a crash to desktop. So Jellyhead Maid is now in the lead. Canadian Maverick and Herbie battling out. Herbie taking a cleaner line, much more like threading a needle through there. Canadian Maverick going a little bit wide. Jellyhead Maid extending his lead and moving into the skyscraper alley. So an unfortunate crash to desktop there with Ninjetti, but he might be able to come back in and secure a position regardless. Samtastic weaving in and out now between Cargo Alley and the skyscrapers. And we have Canadian Maverick in first, Jellyhead Maid in second, Herbie in third, Ninjetti in fourth, Samtastic in fifth, and Ricky Tiki in sixth, with one crash to desktop with Ninjetti there, who was in fourth. Canadian Maverick making a nice clean entry into the chute. Herbie taking a quick demolition. Unfortunately, just been taking out. I didn't see, hopefully we can get that on replay. I didn't see exactly what had happened. There's so much going on the screen at the moment. Canadian Maverick going a little bit wide, catching up to Jellyhead Maid a little bit by the looks of it, still keeping up. So it's going to be a little bit of a head-to-head battle between Canadian Maverick and Jellyhead Maid. Ricky Tiki having a little bit of lag coming out of the chute. Samtastic pulling it in nice and slow, controlling himself, unlike what we saw with Herbie. Herbie had a little bit of an upset there, and it looks like Samtastic is just taking it nice and easy, but keeping up with Canadian Maverick. So the race is a lot closer now than it was a little bit earlier, because those who have crashed to desktop, the spread is a little less. My gosh, what a level of excitement. Jellyhead Maid still pushing as hard as he can, corkscrewing through the slalom, going round and round. He's got his gamma up to make sure that he can have a bit more visibility, pulling that TVI nice and wide, but coming a little bit high.
Oh, my Lord. This is so nerve-wracking, corkscrewing, almost hitting those pillars, but man, what a control here from Jellyhead Maid. And so far, it looks like he has it. A little bit of a scan there to see the structures and where they're currently at, but doing a good job to stay very close and maintaining that lead here. But man, CyberFox, like you've been saying, this has been completely interesting. Ninjetti still has a ship. It looks like he is back on and can still the race. Herbie, unfortunately, you know, going out during that shoot just wasn't probably able to control that turbulence as much as he would like to. But I think Ninjetti still has a chance here, CyberFox.
Yeah, and I was just laughing at Herbie, just like contemplating himself on the bench there, just having a little bit of a sad shake to himself. Canadian Maverick going through the chute, taking it nice and easy, making sure that he's under control. Ricky Tiki taking the slalom a little bit wide, and Canadian Maverick coming through to the fold now as well. Again, I'm surprised that Jellyhead Maid has managed to survive with, whoa, a little bit of a lack of control there under the over the fold with Canadian Maverick. Managed to get it. We've got a hero story with Ninjetti back on the track. So Ninjetti's just got to secure his position. Like I was saying, I'm surprised that Jellyhead Maid has not only come out on top, but also managed to survive in his snub ship. Canadian Maverick taking another bit of a tumble. Maybe Canadian Maverick has lost a wing, or maybe got some damage to his ship, because he seems to be struggling with control, and his thrusters seem to be working overtime here.
Well, I'm gonna say it right now, but very surprising. Samtastic do a phenomenal job at staying right above, and while Canadian Maverick is losing a lot of that control, Samtastic is taking advantage and continuing to build on that second place lead. While Jelly had made with that control, no more corkscrew this time around, just using those 45s to get through these the slalom pillars and get through one of the hardest parts of the course into Skyscraper Alley, as you guys always mention it, but Jellyhead Made just needs to keep that consistency in this final lap, and that's going to set him into that position into rush number 1. And right now, nobody can mess up because Ninjetti can come back and make sure that he finishes the race and eliminates them. So there needs to be something that, that needs to be very, very careful. So far, we know that Herbie is out. So there is still a fight for that last elimination spot right now in this elimination race number 8 in Gravity Rush. Rush number 2. My lord, this is insane.
Yeah, it is. And all of these are fighting their own battles. We saw Ricky Ticky, just as we were on a different camera, have a little upset there with a DNF just coming out of the fold. Canadian Maverick coming through the chute very carefully. It looks like his ship thrusters are fighting a little bit, but nice and clean coming through there as well. Samtastic in second place. Samtastic is just keeping it real. I think, Canadian Mavericks had a little bit of an accident there. So yeah, just as I was talking about him struggling to control the ship, Mavericks DNF'd, exit of the fold, lost control of his ship. He's been fighting that ship the whole way around, so a little bit unfortunate. So Ninjetti could overtake him now if Ninjetti survives. So he's left the track, crashed to desktop, come back, and now all he has to do is overtake Canadian Maverick's position to secure his position in the race.
No. All Ninjetti has to do is overtake Ricky Ticky's spot, and he gets to move on there. Ricky Ticky hitting the fold, unfortunately, in the darkness, and Canadian Maverick just going a little bit too high, hitting the bottom of the fold, not able to go over it. But this is where Ninjetti is able to make it back up here if he wants to recover and get into the rush number 1 and not get eliminated. So he needs to be careful here, Cyberfox. I believe he's very close to passing Ricky Ticky's spot, if he already did or not. But here we go. Yes, he did. So that puts him, that is set in stone. Ricky Ticky and Herbie, unfortunately, are going to be eliminated moving forward. Wow. Insane. Absolute insane race, Cyberfox.
Absolutely. Completely opposite to my prediction as well. So Herbie not making it up, and a lot of the Razors having issues as well in this race, with the snub managing to survive through that with a great time as well. So Jelly had made in first place, and with Samtastic is in the Razor, but we had Canadian Maverick crash out in the M50, which I was not expecting either. So it's been a surprise the whole way round for me.
I mean, I was rooting for Canadian Maverick, but I mean, I gotta give Samtastic his flowers. I gotta give him, the benefit of the doubt. Samtastic is racing very, very well. It's unfortunate. I know Herbie is a little bit, down on it, but Herbie was absolutely killing it in the beginning there, and just, making that one small mistake in the chute, just was absolutely unfortunate timing. But Ninjetti being able to come back and just, make sure that he gets to move on up. I'm pretty sure he's very relieved after that initial crash to desktop that we just had in the beginning of the race. Man, this is a crazy day right now. This is a crazy race right now, Cyberfox.
Yeah, and I think Herbie will take it, in good heart. He's faced upsets before, and you could see him sort of with his head down on the bench there earlier. I think he's just taking it in good humor. He knows what StarCitizen is like. He's battled this way all the way through this, and managed to get to this rush, get to this race, and managed to survive the first round of elimination. Same with Ricky Ticky, so props to them. I'm sure they'll be back in the next event that we run as well. And Samtastic here crossing the finish line, I believe, the checkered flag for the final race. So yeah, a good comeback story for Ninjetti there.
I mean, again, a lot of respect to Herbie and Ricky Ticky. You guys know I love you guys, and thank you guys so much for coming out and just being competitive and being passionate about what we're doing here at ATMO Esports. So thank you guys so much. But man, what an incredible race. We see Jelly had made and Jetty, Ricky Ticky, and Samtastic. Wait, I lied, my bad. Sorry. Jelly had made and Jetty, Samtastic, and Canadian Maverick. Canadian Maverick still was able to move forward there regardless, just DNFing at a later time. So he's going to move on up and have one more chance and not being eliminated. One more chance at glory. I know he can do it, but this is a very stacked top 8 to see who's going to be our top 6 moving on to the Gravity Rush finals. My Lord, this has been absolutely insane. I love it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And we've got the next rush getting ready. It will be Splen in an M50, Liquid Prime in an M50. We've got Audito, Shaknu, and Jellyhead Made in the Snub Ships in the Archimedes P72. We've got Samtastic and then Jetty in the Razor, and we've got Canadian Maverick in the Origin M50 as well. And it looks like because of the eliminations, obviously this is going to be the largest pack that we've seen, with 8 racers on the grid this time. And we saw the last race, them battling out for their grid positions. And yeah, it's just going to be chaos in the night with all the glare, with all these overtakes that we've seen in this race. There's going to be even more overtakes for this one. It's just going to be exciting to see them battle it right through to the end. So building that tension right to the last race.
All right. Yep. I mean, and one thing I will tell you is that the finals is going to be some longer laps for sure. We're going to be doing a little bit of mix of AC races, and PU races. So it's definitely going to be a lot more enticing. It's definitely going to be a longevity race, endurance racing across the board to find that top 3. And you know, in the finals, we're going to be going back to points. So it all depends on who's going to be that top 3 with the most points. But while we're waiting for the next the next group to get ready, we can go ahead and break down the tournament format for those of you guys watching at home one more time. So let's go take a look at that breakdown really quickly, and then we'll go through the to prizes one last time before we jump into into the rest of or into our last race of the day, which is going to be eight of them. It's going to be great. Can we get the tournament structure up on the screen? And here we go. So we already did our group stage where we had group 1, 2, and 3, and 4. We had anywhere between 3 to 5 racers for each group. A total of 24 racers across that signed up for Gravity Rush this year. Hopefully we get a little bit more of that next year. But top 3 advance for each group, and where we are in the semifinals. And in the semifinals, they are going to be moving up and down through the rushes as we are doing now. The first 2 rounds were able to set in stone who's going to be, where the positions are going to be in the final elimination rounds for round number 3. And then that's when we're going to get our top 6 racers, which is going to be determined by overall points through 9 different tracks. So tracks will be announced as we get closer to the finals, probably a week, probably here next week. We're going to be announcing those tracks. So make sure you guys are tuning in for that on August 23rd for the finals to see who we're going to be crowning our top 3. But anyways, how have you been feeling about this format so far, CyberFox?
I've absolutely loved it. I know the racers have loved it as well. I think it's really, really fresh. I think the idea that we can have the action cams and the racer cams and the points to begin with, and then shuffle them through as well. That's really worked well, in my opinion. And it's just kept the tension right up to the end. I'm really excited for this this final matchup between our top 8 racers of the entire tournament.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take one final break. So that way, when we come back, okay, we're going to crown your top 6 of who's going to move on, who's going to continue to the finals, and what bottom 2 are going to get eliminated here in the last race, number 9, in Rush 1. We have 8 racers who are going to be competing head-to-head to see who moves forward. So We'll be right back. Thank you guys so much for your support. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
All right, sorry about that. We had some audio issues, but we're back here. We're ready here for our last race of the day to see which of these incredible racers are going to go into the top 6 finals in a couple weeks from now. CyberFox, that was a little bit of a lengthy break there, but how you feeling coming back into this final race? I'm already excited.
Yeah, my what's the word? My skin is tingling. Like, I'm really excited with what's going to happen. So just to break it down for the audience, because of that extended break, we've got our race 9 top rush. So all of the eliminations have happened, and we've got the leaders in order from left to right. So Splen, top left in an Origin M50, followed by Liquid Prime in the second grid position in also an Origin M50, 2 of our fastest racers. Audito in the top right in a snub ship, and Audito has been putting down the fastest world records in this P72 on scr.gg, so he's one to watch. Shaknu coming up from the rushes and catching up to catch into what are we, 4th place or 4th grid position, 4th starting position for this race in a P72 as well. Jelly Headmaid in 5th. We saw how competitive Jelly Headmaid was in the last round, and he's in a P72. And we've got 2 Razors, Samtastic and Ninjedi in Razors, and Canadian Maverick finishing off the grid in an Origin M50. So a huge range of ships, 3 different ships, a huge range of racers, and a huge range of skill coming on for this race. So I'm super excited to see how this pans out.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 60-second countdown is ready. I know you're out there, just like how CyberFox said it. His skin is tingling the same way when I see my, my better half. Anyways, here we go with the countdown. We're going to get going. Get hype in the chat. Cyberfox, take it away. It's on you.
Absolutely. It looks like the racers are hovering in position. They're just getting their wings down, making sure that head tracking is working. Hopefully we don't have any crash to desktops to begin with. But Canadian Maverick is ready to cut through everybody. He's in his racer position, and the countdown starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they're off. And it looks like Samtastic has taken a bit of an early lead. Oh no, he's fallen behind, sorry. It looks like the snub ships are a little bit out in front. Liquid Prime and Audito coming around the first ship. Liquid taking it a little bit wide. Audito cutting underneath him. Splen nearly blacking out, going blind in, but sideways. Struggling to keep control there, Splen, but nice and tight. Absolutely fantastic. Audito's lost control and having to go around. Looks like he's missed a strut. Jellyheadmaid rolling around, rolling through those struts and coming out. So it looks like Liquid Prime is in the lead with Audito in second. That doesn't seem right to me. I think Splen's in the lead. He's coming through Skyscraper Alley with Liquid Prime just behind. It looks like Shaknu is coming out as well. So Shaknu looks like he's in third or fourth place. Oh no, we've got an upset from Splen right off the bat as well. An early exit to Splen being knocked out, DNFing. I don't know if that was a bit of a desync or bit of disconnect, leaving Liquid Prime in the prime position, going through the chute, taking it nice and easy, not having any issues there, controlling that ship and coming up into the fold. Audito close behind him. Audito struggling a little bit more, wavering around a little bit, and it looks like Canadian Maverick is in third place. Oh no, Jellyheadmaid in third place and Canadian Maverick in close behind. It's anybody's race, Crucian. What an exciting start.
This is very scary. Unfortunately, Splen hitting in one of those cargo containers, and that's unfortunate because he's definitely been on his A game the entire time through every single race, and this is an unfortunate place to to go out right now. But you see Liquid Prime doing a great job. We're seeing a lot of people controlling turbulence very, very well, holding onto their boost, boosting at very great timings there. Once they make sure that they have the control of their ship, they're pushing it as much as they can. You see Ninjetti doing a great job. I mean, absolutely phenomenal job from Samtastic, trying to keep up with the rest of the team as well. He's not too far behind. But there is a lot of different placements happening right now. And, I think that the teams can't, that the officials are, it's hard to keep up with, with the leaderboard until after they run through the lap number 2 right now. But man, Samtastic doing a great job, keeping up, doing very, very well. It's been an absolute, it's just crazy right now. It's too much to keep up with
it's been a blast.
At this moment, Cyberfox.
It looks like Samtastic is in second place. Jellyheadmaid closing the gap between him. Liquid Prime still in the lead. And, Jellyheadmaid going for the overtake. Can he keep a hold of it? He's not boosting. He's keeping in control of his ship. He's saving his boost by the looks of it to go down the chute with. Boosting a little bit now. Yeah, going towards the chute. And we can see Liquid Prime ahead. And he's boosting all the way through the chute, so a different bit of a strategy here, keeping control of his ship in that high speed. And yeah, coming up to the fold, pulling it around. So it looks like he stayed ahead of Samtastic, and Canadian Maverick is coming in. That was a very close pass as well there. Taking it very risky through this race. Samtastic pulling ahead again. Has he come under? Jellyheadmaid is taking it a little bit slowly. Samtastic has just gone ahead of Jellyheadmaid for this final turn, coming into coming into close lap number 2 and moving into lap number 3. A lot of excitement happening in this race.
Yeah, you got Ordito right there, who's in that first place spot. Liquid Prime right behind him. Samtastic and Jellyheadmaid fighting for that third and fourth place spot currently at this time. But man, to see Splen go out like that is super unfortunate, because that was 100% one of the people that, the team, everybody in chat was like, oh, he might be in that top 6 spot. But hey, that unfortunately takes him out of there, and we have 7 people fighting for the top 6 spots here in the finals of Gravity Rush right now. And every single person is flying to their limit on lap number 3. Let's see who's going to bring it home here in this final elimination race. Race number 9 in the first initial rush. It's absolutely crazy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Shaknu is taking the same strategy as Audito. I didn't see Audito pass and get into that pole position. Very sneaky, but he's brought his way up to the lead there. Ninjetti having a little bit of trouble. But yeah, Audito and Shaknu were taking Dolphin Dive. Ninjetti DNFing there through the slalom. And now Audito is going through... Where is he? He's just done the fold, and he's coming back around to finish the race. It looks like he's going to maintain that pole position to carry on. Shaknu's just been overtaken by Canadian Maverick. There's a lot going on, but Audito is bringing it into the finish line right now. He's got the checkered flag, 1 minute 33. Liquid Prime also on the final turn as well. Lots of excitement here today. I think it's going to be a lot to try and unpick. I might need to see this in a replay myself to see everything that has happened. It looks like Ninjetti's had a DNF on the cargo containers. But yeah, what a wild, wild race. And still they're battling out. We've got Samtastic, just DNFing as well. Just off screen with Jellyhead Maid coming through the checkered flag, and Canadian Maverick and Shaknu battling out for the final placements. So we've got our top 5 with 3 DNFs. So Audito first, Liquid Prime second, Jellyhead Maid third. Shaknu managed to bring it up to 4th. I did say he could do it, and Canadian Maverick bringing it home in 5th.
Well, let's see what happens here, because if Samtastic and Ninjetti are in their 3rd lap, there may be a situation with a tiebreaker. I am not 100% sure who's going to take that 6th spot, but we have Audito, Liquid Prime, Jellyhead, Shaknu, and Canadian Maverick. Like you mentioned, CyberFox taking and advancing into the Gravity Rush finals, man. This race was... There was so much to watch, and I was trying to watch everybody all at the same time, and I couldn't find the words on how good this race absolutely was, with 8 different people happening at once.
Yeah, this is what I love about the MMO feel of this space sim StarCitizen, right? Is you get all of these ships really close together, battling it out, and just showing off as all of their skill, showing what they can do.
Yep. I mean, I got to give props to him. And Samtastic was absolutely nailing he was racing with passion. Man, the confidence I see him racing, man, with Samtastic, it was absolutely phenomenal to watch. But, let's see if Samtastic or Ninjetti, let's see if we can get a final call of which one is going to move forward here into our top 6 finals on August 23rd. And, just kind of like fight for that glory, fight for that top 3 spots, and fight for those prizes to get an invitation to the next LAN event that we do here at ATMO Esports. So, man, that's going to be, man, what racing, what incredible racing. Anyways, we're going to get back to the desk. Let's get back to Jacketin and Tent so we can break down all these incredible races. And then by then we should have an official ruling of who's going to be our 6th person advancing. Holy mother of love and everybody in between. That was insane. That was crazy. Obviously, we have to start all the way. I mean, we got to start back, and then we're going to build up the hype here for that last race. But rush number 3, we saw NeoJet, unfortunately, drop out of there with Herbie and Canadian Maverick absolutely racing very, very well. Jacketin, we'll kick it off to you first for this race 7. How are you feeling about this one? Having NeoJet eliminated.
I mean, honestly, it was really rough because they were all super, super fast. I'm gonna be honest, I'm trying to remember exactly, because I have my notes, but I'm trying to remember how everything turned out. But NeoJet definitely ended up cutting into the fold a little bit too soon. I believe it was on lap 2, which did end up causing him that collision and promoting Herbie and Canadian Maverick. Honestly, Canadian Maverick also setting an incredibly fast race during that Rush 3. Going with what I said before, when I predicted that Canadian Maverick would go out, it was only because of the amount of collision that he had leading up to it. And coming out of that, he actually not only got promoted to the next rush and even further, but he set a phenomenal race time during that rush. So props to Canadian Maverick and Herbie. Obviously, a very clinical performance from him there. I noticed something that everyone was really hesitant to use boost in that rush. I was seeing in a lot of times everyone is at 100% boost. So I think everyone's mentality into that rush 3 was just fly safe and hope somebody makes a mistake first.
All right. Well, very, very well said. Tint, your thoughts on race 7, rush number 3, and NeoJet being eliminated. I know our brains are in the last race right now, -2, but let's get this one out of the way as quickly as possible. Is Tint muted?
I think Tint is muted.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think Jackadan is correct that we saw some really conservative flying out of the gate from all three, and Neojet in particular really did dial it back, kept it super controlled, was not pushing too aggressively, but so absolutely a shame to see him hit the fold like that. And I think part of it did come down to that 45-degree angle he was holding the entire time. The wing angle that he was presenting to the fold was not quite what he wanted it to be, especially when you're somebody who's used to taking that in kind of a full send pitch. That sort of more canted angle can get a little twitchy for you, especially in the current flight model. But we also, of course, saw Canadian absolutely come into his own, putting down a 139 fastest lap in that round, which was, compared to where he'd been at for most of the race, he's really been struggling with the turbulence. To see him clutch up and really bring that out is fantastic to see.
Yeah. I mean, Canadian Maverick and Herbie. I think Herbie did a great job, and I think Herbie every time they were racing, getting more comfortable overall. But unfortunately, NeoJet, we love you again. Thank you so much for your dedication to just competition and racing overall. But going into race number 8 now, rush number 2, where we had Jellyhead Main and Jetty, Ricky Ticky, Samtastic, Herbie, and Canadian Maverick. And right, man, I just want to recap this real quick. That's where Ninjetti initially crashed the desktop, was able to come back. And then you had Herbie, I believe, crashed. And then I believe Ricky Ticky also crashed as well, which left Ninjetti to be able to catch up and get into that top spot and move up to rush 1. Tint, right back to you. How do you feel about that race, race number 8 there, where we saw those 4 move on up to the final race?
Yeah, we saw a really strong push from Ninjetti from Jellyhead at the start of that race, and I think probably because he was feeling some pressure with Ninjetti right on top of him in that Razor. And as soon as he CTD'd, I think we kind of saw him Jelly kind of relax a little bit, and it's absolutely phenomenal to see a racer that did get taken out by a CTD come back and give the full send. I'm honestly, it was such a strong performance by Ninjetti across the day that he might have even been able to salvage it without having his competitors crash. But either way, just really great to see that happen, because these racers put in so much work, and getting taken out
Yeah.
by the game bugs is always just the last thing we want to see. I
Yep.
did also have a note that we saw Ricky Ticky, especially on that race, losing control in the slalom a lot more than he had been previously. And I think that may just be because of the dark coming in and adding an additional layer to think about for these racers, where it's just more and more sort of mental tax as we go through the day. They're getting tired, they're having to see through more party markers, it's dark, it all layers on. And so that side on slalom approach finally kind of came back to bite Ricky.
Yeah, you're so right. I did forget that Ricky Ticky hit I believe he was the one that hit the bottom of the fold trying to go over it initially, but it was a bit too dark, and by the time he kind of saw it, it was a little bit too late there for him. But yeah, a very, very good call on that. Jacketing, your thoughts on race number 8 here for rush number 2?
Yeah, really, really, really nice race. I was One thing that's to note for this one is normally these racers were really struggling in the first shoot fighting the turbulence. Where
Yep.
in fact in this race the big killer was actually the exit of the fold. I believe we had 2 of the 3 DNFs were in the exact same spot, in the exact same way too. They tried to pre-turn, they hit the top of their ship against the beam and ended up exploding. So as
Yeah.
as people were starting to adjust to one section of the track, another section of the track came to bite them back anyway. So it's funny to see how track development happens in that regard. I also have to highlight, honestly, Samtastic's performance. Coming from the original three rounds 1 and 2 and into the performance here, absolutely phenomenal. You could see the confidence going up, the control
Yep.
becoming more and more clinical slowly. So really enjoyed watching Samtastic race there. And honestly, with Herbie, it was just very, very unfortunate. If I understood correctly, Canadian Maverick was coming in really super hot for an overtake into the chute. Herbie saw him pass right next to him, and I think either saw him on the radar but tried to get a bit out of the way, and I think just ended up catching the bottom of the ship as he was trying to avoid the collision. So it's a really tough situation to be in when you know that somebody's coming in for an overtake and you try to move out of the way and end up colliding yourself. I've been in that situations more times than I care to admit, but it's a really tough situation to be in. So it's sad to see Herbie go out like that.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially with racing, and it all comes down to it. And, moving on here, into the last final elimination race for Rush 1 early on, not even in lap number 1, no chance whatsoever, man. We saw Splan, unfortunately, go out in the beginning. And to be honest, it does suck going out like that. But, being in that position of rush one, meaning that you didn't have to, worry about being eliminated in the previous two rushes. And this is, you're racing at night, and this is all about taking that risk, right? As we mentioned in the beginning of Gravity Rush, this is a one time, there's no respawns whatsoever. So once you crash, you have to make sure that whatever risk you're taking or whatever turns, making sure that you're thinking about everything one step in advance because of things like this could happen. So, but shooting it right back over to you, Jacket, in this last race was absolutely electric. So much stuff going on. It seems like Canadian Maverick is our, and Samtastic are going to be fifth and sixth spots, so they get to move on. But what were your thoughts here on race number 9? Because wow, that was intense.
Yeah, there was a lot to take in there for sure. I mean, again, straight off the bat, it's really, really, really rough seeing Splen, who was having such a dominant performance throughout the series, not just today.
Yes.
Every time that Splen was on track, it was just phenomenal to watch. Um, Honestly, I wasn't seeing too much of the collision with the that got Splen. Sorry about that. But what it looked like is that he slowed down a little bit too much going into the cargo valley and ended up drifting into the wall and not having the lift to push. And actually, just like that, you
Yep.
saw that on the replay. It pitched in a little bit too hard, at not enough speed, and completely lost the aero grip. So very, very tough to see because, to be completely honest, it's something you don't expect Splen to fall victim of, but it just goes to show that sometimes it can get the better of you as well. But aside from that, I have to commend Ordito for, I don't know what happened in the first turn, but I noticed that it took Ordito quite a while to get back onto the track after for the slalom section. But
Yep.
still, by the third lap, by the beginning of the third lap, managed to fight his way back up to the top. That just shows some incredible speed. In fact, coming in with, I think, the fastest lap of the night with a 1 minute 33 seconds. Incredible, incredible time. And yeah, again, big props to Canadian Maverick and Santastic, who once again came in maybe as like kind of the underdogs. A lot of people possibly predicting they would get eliminated in the early stages, but both of them managed to fight their way up to the top and actually land themselves in the top 6 going into the finals. So well done to them, and might as well done to everyone else who made it to the top 6. I mean, phenomenal performance from everyone tonight.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there, but Tint, your thoughts on race number 9 on this elimination finals and our top 6 moving on to our
I
Gravity
mean,
Rush finals in August.
absolutely a nail biter. I'm so stoked that we did not lose anybody to CTDs and that this was probably the straightest, cleanest race of the night in that regard.
Yep.
Obviously, a heartbreak to see Splin go out early, but beyond that, not seeing any additional crashes into lap 3, it was really just a toss up in my mind. And we saw a couple of different interesting choices being made here. One of the ones I want to highlight, though, was Shaqnu, either because he missed a cue or because he wanted to, taking a real slow start off the line and starting hard from the back. That's a strategy that I've seen him use in the past, and it was one that in this race very nearly didn't pay off. We saw him staying at the back of the pack, kind of struggling to gain ground again on all the
Yeah.
people in front of him. And had we not had multiple racers crash out, it would have been a real thin margin, I think, for him to get back into the progression standings here. But it did ultimately work out. He took kind of the safer route and gambled on it. So it's interesting to see. But beyond that, I think really I want to highlight Canadian Maverick absolutely coming into full form. And this was not his fastest lap of the evening, but it was, I think, his most consistent race of the evening. And we saw him really kind of pushing the limits of what he's been doing this entire time. And I would wager that probably no one's more surprised than him that he's pushing into the finals here, because he's not somebody who likes to oversell his own skills. But I'm really excited to see it.
I mean, not he's only a few seconds. He was only like 1 second behind Shacknu, according to the total times here. And just a few seconds away from even Jelly at this point, in with a 5:37. Canadian Maverick finished at 5:44. So while I understand that 7 seconds is definitely a lot in racing. Totally get it, but still kind of keeping up there. But honestly, I'll say I didn't want to phase him out, but Samtastic doing a great job. Took that last sixth place spot in there, but his best lap was a 1:51, which is not too far off from the rest of the pack. So I'm gonna say is that like, hey, partner up with someone and start to put in that time, that training for this top six finals, because honestly, throughout the entirety of of the semifinals, Samtastic has been very, very solid, very consistent throughout the entire day. So love seeing him up there. Love seeing that very, very much.
Yeah, worth noting,
Any final?
Fantastic does come from Legacy Fleet, I believe, which is also Splen's org. So, going into the final, having Splen as a mentor to prepare you for that, I'm expecting some really awesome racing from Fantastic in the final. So.
Well, we're going to the semifinals. We're gonna announce a little bit of what we have in store for the semifinals on our Discord at ATMO Esports, discord.gg/ATMO Esports. So make sure you guys join on that. Remember that Fight or Flight is open. So if you're a dog fighter, hey, make sure you get on there and try. This year's Fight or Flight is actually going to be 3v3, so it's going to allow for more diversity of ships and competitiveness across the dogfighting spectrum. So I'm very excited for that. But no, any last words, Jacket and Tint? Any last words going into the finals here? Anything you guys want to kick off with?
I'm just excited, honestly. I'm very happy with the grid that we have. The top six racers are six of the fastest racers that we have as well. So we're surely going to see some really close, tight racing going into the final races. So really excited. I'm happy with how the entire event has been shaping up and coming into this last race of the semis. Commendations to everyone who took part, even if they've been eliminated. Racing is you only get better by doing more of it, right? So commendations to everyone who's actually taken part. So I'm looking forward to the finals with the ones that have progressed.
Awesome. Tint, any last words for you as well?
I'm really excited to see that we've had at least one of all three of the ship types we've seen across this event make it into the finals. And so I think in large part it's going to come down to what tracks wind up on offer and how these guys are able to leverage their ship differences. But when we got one Razor, two M50s, and three P72s going into the finals. So it's anybody's game, and the track selection is going to be a real fun wild card to see come out.
Yeah, I totally agree, and very good point. I didn't notice that all three ships actually made it out of the door. So, but last but not least, Cyberfox. I know you're not on screen, but any last words you want to say before we move on to the finals, where we should hopefully have our entire cast and crew, and we should have Croncy back here for some casting action at that point. But any last words, Cyberfox?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been absolutely hype. And I want to say that before I even got into StarCitizen, I actually got into the game because I saw streams of races, streams of the events that were put on by the community. And I just love seeing all these names. I love the mix of names. I love seeing all of these racers and pilots come to put on a showcase, regardless of whether they get to the finals or not. So I just want to shout out to everybody who's participated. I love seeing your names on screen. I love seeing your names in game, and it's just been a pleasure to see all of you compete. Those who are moving through to the finals, it's going to be exciting just to see them battle head to head again and again and again and again, because obviously we've got to put on a show. It's not just going to be one and done. It's not just going to be 3 laps. We're going to see them really try to battle it out to find out who is the king of Gravity Rush.
Hey, love to hear that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and a pleasure from everybody here at ATMO Esports. Big shout out to our staff, production, everybody behind the scenes who's really helping put this all together. The laser team as well. Guys, tune in August 23rd for the Gravity Rush Finals. You don't want to miss out on that, okay? We'll have some comms going out throughout the next couple of weeks on the final tracks, on everything that we're going to be doing. We are going to 9 tracks, but we are going to be going to more laps, so it's going to be very intense. It's going to be very high level for these top 6 racers, and we're going to crown our winner, our top 3, who's going to be invited to the next ATMO Esports LAN. So make sure you guys are keeping up with ATMO Esports and all of our socials. And remember, thank you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you hopefully in the verse. Peace out.